of the machines. So the city officials said they didn't doubt that the integrity of the vote, but out of an abundance of caution, had decided to rerun some 31,000 ballots, and that 31,000 out of 106,000 ballots. We did anticipate that we would get final numbers out of Milwaukee around 1 to 2 a.m. It looks like that will be delayed. And the ballots we're talking about are the mail-in ballots, the Dropbox ballots, and the in-person early votes. And we expect that we will get the numbers now just a little bit later than 2 a.m. The city couldn't really speculate about how much later it would be. And we did get a statement out of the Republican National Committee out of this. And it says that this is unacceptable example of incompetent election administration in a key swing state. And that statement is coming from Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, the co-chairs of the RNC. Guys?
Mike, thank you.
We're also keeping a close eye on New Hampshire tonight. It is the site of a tightly contested governor's race between Democrat Joyce Craig and Republican Kelly Ayotte. Molly Lyon, is tracking that for us tonight. Hi, Molly.
Good evening. The Granite State's uber-tight governor's race is the best shot the Democrats have to retake a governor's seat after the current Republican governor there decided not to seek a fifth term. Former Republican Senator Kelly Ayotte faces off against the former mayor of Manchester, the city's largest city, Democrat Joyce Craig. Abortion has been at the forefront of this race between two women, Craig attacking Ayotte's as a senator, voting for a national ban after 20 weeks. In response, Ayotte has vowed to adhere to state law, which limits abortions after 24 weeks. The most expensive governor's race in state history has afforded plenty of negative ads, including Ayotte's targeting Craig's mayoral leadership, highlighting homelessness and crime in Manchester. Craig pushing back, saying opioid overdoses and violent crime are down, slamming Ayotte's approach in a recent debate.
I think it's really sad that someone for governor is actually attacking community, attacking Manchester. As governor, we should be lifting up every community in our state.
Ayotte lobbed perhaps the most scathing of insults at Craig, arguing that her approach to governing would model that of neighboring deep blue Massachusetts.
Mark my words, if Joyce Craig gets to the corner office, we can kiss our New Hampshire advantage goodbye.
And when it comes to casting and counting the votes, New Hampshire is old school. Voters fill out paper ballots. The majority of communities do use counting machines, but 122 towns still hand count their ballots. Back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you.
So the clock is ticking down to our first poll closings. They include Indiana, Virginia, and one of the big ones, Georgia. All part of our special coverage, Fox News Democracy 24.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age. It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far I would go.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your call, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Right now during Ram Power Days, get $4,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025 Ram 1500 trucks. Don't miss Ram Power Days. Hurry in today.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan!
I speak in the name of the one true God.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary obligated to act in your best interests.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a transparent fee structured so we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
What if, instead of giving a holiday makeover to some stranger's house, you revisit your own childhood home?
Oh, wow. The name of your true love is Nick.
Read rom-com where they meet cutes, all with guys named Nick.
Aaron Krakow and Daniel Lissing, a holiday tale about finding true love.
Nick! Yes?
In the nick of time.
You have a little snow in your hair.
Santa, tell me. Check your local listings. Part of Countdown to Christmas, only on Hallmark Channel.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine like Google, but it's private and doesn't spy on your searches. And DuckDuckGo lets you browse like Chrome, but it blocks cookies and creepy ads that follow you around from Google and other companies. And there's no catch. It's free. We make money from ads, but they don't follow you around. Join the millions of people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices today.
Stay ahead of your moderate to severe eczema and show off clearer skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent.
America is watching. Democracy 24. Your freedom, your vote.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
That's what Grandpa used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it,
making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you.
Call 1-800-275-1095. That's 1-800-275-1095.
Looking for a way to stretch the dollar? With Insurify, you can cut your car insurance bill in half. Scroll through dozens of prices and tap to switch online. That's it. No phone calls and no wasted time. Go to Insurify and save today.
Does your fiance know you're spending this much money?
Is it bad?
$284 a month on subscriptions.
Where do you see that?
Just get Rocket Money. It shows all your subscriptions in one place, and you can cancel the ones you don't use with just a few taps. Download the app today.
Counting down to the first major poll closings, and it is not just the race for the White House. We've got House races, Senate races hanging in the balance tonight. Senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram live on Capitol Hill to set us up for that. Hi, Chad.
Martha, good evening. Nearly every source has described control of the House the same way to me, tight as a tick. Democrats need a net gain of 4 seats to win the House and award the Speaker's gavel to Hakeem Jeffries. Now, here are the bat signals which could indicate the direction of the House. 2 seats are in play in Virginia. If freshman Republican Jen Kiggins loses in Virginia 2, or if it's tight, that's a good sign for the Democrats. Another bellwether is Virginia 7. Democrat Eugene Vindman faces Republican Derek Anderson. That could tell us a lot about House control. Now, another canary in the coal mine, North Carolina 1. If GOP challenger Laurie Buckhout defeats Democrat Don Davis, that's a good sign for Republicans. Now, control of the Senate. The GOP needs a net gain of 2 seats. The first big indicator may come in Ohio. Polls close at 7:30 Eastern Time. Democrat Sherrod Brown faces challenger Bernie Moreno. Moreno appears to be running behind former President Trump in the Buckeye State. Now, Fox is told that Mr. Trump must carry Ohio by about 10 points in order for Moreno to win, and Brown has only won in Democratic years, 2006, 2012, and 2018. The wild card is this year. Martha?
Chad, thanks.
One of the races that could swing control of the U.S. Senate playing out in Montana. Correspondent Dan Springer is in Bozeman tonight. Good evening, Dan.
Yeah, good evening, Brett. And I don't want to go on the record as saying I'm jealous of all my colleagues and their nice, warm watch parties already. We're in Bozeman. It was snowing sideways. I don't think it's going to have a lot of impact on voter turnout today because most people in Montana voted prior to today. The polls close at 8 o'clock, and that's when we can go inside to the GOP watch party in the hotel behind me. It's expected to be a good night for Republicans here. President Trump is expected to win by a landslide. The big question, of course, is what happens in the Tim Sheehy, John Tester race. John Tester has been said to be the most vulnerable Democratic senator in the country this year. As he has in past years, he always seems to manage to slip away and win his elections. And he could do it again this time, but Republicans are confident that Tim Sheehy, a newcomer to politics, will end up winning this seat and taking the Senate for the Republicans. Brett?
Dan Springer in Montana. Dan, thanks.
Joining us now here on set, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Speaker, good to have you with us. I know you obviously are watching these House races very closely. You know them probably better than anyone. Tell us what we should be watching for and whether or not you think there's an opening here for your party to take over the House or to build on the House.
Can we hold it and can we extend it? A lot happens to do with the presidential race. A lot of our candidates are underperforming Trump. The next two states you're going to watch is Ohio and North Carolina. And that'll be a big play, not only just for the House, for the Senate. Moreno has been closing stronger. We have 2 congressional seats there that could be a pickup. And if we pick up 4 to 5 seats from Democrats, we will keep the House. And you look at North Carolina 1, book out, it will tell you 2 different things. If we win that seat, the Republicans are going to have a big night. But it also tells you the percentage of the black vote, which could give a problem to the Democrats. If it stays where it is right now at 36%, that could be good for President Trump and also good for Republicans.
So as you look at the map, there are these canaries in the coal mine in different races. But how much does the presidential race and the coattails there affect those races?
I think it affects whether the House is able to keep Republican is going to be a lot on President Trump. If we keep the House, Trump has brought us over because before a lot of our candidates overperformed Trump, they're all underperforming. I was just talking to one member in California that Trump had lost his district by 13. Trump was tied today in his district. Trump has been performing
in California
better than he has before. Because you really got to look to California and New York is where we won our majorities. That's where a lot of money is being spent. We've always picked up seats in those states the last 2 cycles. We've got to pick up some more and hold them.
So when you look at the presidential race, in light of all that, because so much will depend on it, it has been tossed up all across the board for, these polls have been tied for weeks. What's your take?
My take is what I'm looking at early is suburban areas. I don't want to see a bleed from President Trump's vote in suburban areas where he had
from 2020
to 2024. And the rural areas, I want those to turn out bigger. Now, Republicans have really improved with President Trump on early vote. Instead of being down 1 million votes in Pennsylvania, we're only down 400,000. You look at North Carolina, Arizona, we're actually ahead. That's like going into a football game in the 4th quarter and you're leading. Can you keep the lead? That's where we're at right now.
It's exciting. America is voting in great numbers. You've been a candidate so many times. On these nights, what is the candidate? Is it nerve-wracking? Is it exciting? What is the deal?
You know what? These hours right here are the most nerve-wracking because everybody's calling you to ask what's going on. You have no idea. And you want to know what's happening. And you've put all this effort for probably 1.5 years. All your effort can be your family, and all you want are the returns. And you come to a state like California, you still got to wait a month.
That's right. We hope not. We hope not. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Great to see you.
Now let's take a look at another battleground, Arizona. The Sun Belt state is also home to a high-stakes Senate race out there. Senior correspondent Alicia Cunha is live in Scottsdale. Alicia.
Hi, Brett. We are in the peak hours of voting here in Maricopa County. Polls close in little more than 2 hours, and we want to give you a vantage point from our Fox News drone team. And Brett, you mentioned that Senate race here. Actually, earlier today, GOP Senate candidate Carrie Lake stopped by this location to thank voters and encourage them to stay in line. She is in a pitched battle to fill that seat being vacated by independent Senator Kyrsten Sinema against Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego. Gallego has managed to outpace Lake in both money and also the polls. However, Lake tells me she feels like she has the momentum. And that's in part because the GOP here has managed to sign up so many people in terms of voter registration since 2020. They have far outpaced the Democrats. Both Harris and Trump have been targeting independents and Latinos right while they've been here. And Harris is hoping women really help pull her across the line. Now, let's talk about the Maricopa County ballot. It's the longest it's been since 2006. 2 pages, double-sided. And Brett, right now it is slowing down the lines, and it's expected to slow down the count. Brett.
Alicia, thank you. First poll closings coming up right around the corner. That includes our first glimpse at the battleground state of Georgia. Laura Ingram, Jesse Waters, Sean Hannity as our election night coverage continues right here on Fox.
Look out, 'cause here I come. Have you always had trouble with your weight? Same.
Discover the power of Wegovy. With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
I'm reducing my risk. Wegovy is the only weight management medicine proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, or stroke in adults with known heart disease and obesity.
Don't use Wegovy with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines or in children under 12. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your prescriber if you are breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation and gallbladder problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Call your prescriber about vision changes, if you feel your heart racing while at rest, or if you have mental changes. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, stomach pain, flu or upset, headache, feeling tired, dizzy or bloated, gas, and heartburn. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
And I'm lowering my CV risk. Check your coverage before talking to your prescriber about Wegovy.
Imagine checking your own heart with medical precision from anywhere. Introducing KardioMobile 6L, the FDA-cleared EKG that provides 6 times more heart data than any smartwatch. And it detects 3 of the most common arrhythmias in just 30 seconds, including atrial fibrillation, bradycardia, and tachycardia. Check your heart with the most advanced personal EKG outside the hospital. Get yours at Kardia.com or Amazon.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking about our honeymoon. What about Africa? Safari, hot air balloon ride, swim with elephants.
Wait, can we afford a safari? Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning. Or
put the money towards a down payment
On a ranch
in Montana
with horses.
let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want. Sling let you do that. Yeehaw! I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want and have hundreds of free channels. Sling let you do that too.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or watch for free. Sling lets you do that.
Your memory is an amazing thing, but sometimes it can start to slow down. But did you know Prevagen can help keep your memory sharp? The secret is the powerful ingredient apoaquarin, originally discovered in jellyfish and found only in Prevagen. In a clinical study, Prevagen was shown to improve memory in subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired. Stay sharp and improve your memory with Prevagen. Prevagen, in stores everywhere without a prescription.
Boll and branch sheets are incredibly soft, made of the finest materials on earth, to get softer and softer with every wash. Whatever your dreams may be, dream them in Boll and Branch. With our best offers of the year.
Our God calls us.
Welcome back. The first polls are about to close in a half dozen states. The White House is awaiting those early returns as well. This in a race that was obviously turned upside down just a few months ago. It's hard to believe, back to that debate June 27th, when President Biden ended his bid for re-election soon after that. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy has more live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Brett and Martha. The biggest Democratic party of the decade is here in Washington, D.C. tonight, and President Biden will not be there at Howard headquarters, and rather at Howard for Harris headquarters. And if you're keeping score at home, President Biden is the one who got Harris elected the first time and raised millions of dollars for the re-election effort. And tonight, White House officials are telling us he's going to be watching the returns on TV in the residence with longtime aides. He'll be getting regular updates. We did see them wheeling some big screens into the first floor a little while ago. Harris for president would still be Biden for president if he did not decide late summer that he thought it was time for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices. And for that, he is going to have a quiet night in this house that she has spent $1 billion to try to move into. Brett?
What a sequence of events this has been, Peter, between that really disastrous debate and then the dropping out in the middle of July for this president. Give me a sense of what the security is like around there.
There are a lot more local police, but it's not like something where they have called in the National Guard. And there is extra fencing up tonight, but there has been for the last couple of weeks, also worth pointing out, they've been building the inaugural viewing stand right outside. That is why the fencing has been up. And that is something else that during the commercials, President Biden can look out and see for the next president. Back to you.
That is something. Peter Doocy live on the North Lawn. Peter, thanks. You know, Britt, we should just take a moment and think about all that has transpired from that debate, from 2 assassination attempts on one of the candidates, the former president, from a new candidate campaigning in about 100 days. And here we are essentially tied.
And it gives us an idea of the acceleration of the news cycle, that all of that, which was really so very recent and so extraordinary, it sort of passed and disappeared. I mean, Biden seems like Biden's been gone forever. She's been the candidate forever. The assassination attempts, which we thought would leave such a big mark on President Trump's standing, former President Trump's standing, it's vanished from sight. It's not even talked about.
But why is that?
Well, I think that part of it's, as I say, the acceleration of the news cycle, that we move on very quickly from one thing, no matter how major, to another. And the only things that kind of stay in the news are things like the wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East. But even today, we had a major development in the Middle East with the firing of the Israeli defense minister, and that'll pass without notice tonight, almost completely.
Barely gets
remarkable.
It is stunning, and when Biden dropped out, it knocked the assassination attempts off the top of the news list. But
we are going to speak with our panel because we're getting raw vote total in, right?
We are seconds away from 9 states, including Ohio, Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, plus critical battlegrounds.
We're going to do a great job for North Carolina.
Georgia, this election right here is a fight for the future.
With 97 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
And it is 7 o'clock on the East Coast, and polls have just closed in half a dozen states. The Fox News decision desk is making its first calls. The most closely watched state at this hour is Georgia, one of 7 battleground states that could decide the presidency. That one obviously is too early to call.
And we'll dig into those numbers soon. It's also too early to call Virginia, though Vice President Harris has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, waiting for the raw vote total to dump there. Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Indiana.
Trump will also carry nearby Kentucky for a 3rd time, and it is too early to call the state of South Carolina. But former President Trump has the lead there, according to our Fox News voter analysis.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris will sail to victory in liberal Vermont. And as we look at the race for 270 electoral votes, that's what it takes to win. Throughout the night, we will be adding up as each state is called. Right now, you see 19 electoral votes for the former president, 3 for the vice president. And we are going to be following all of this throughout the night. And also on the bottom of the screen, you can see these races as we get the raw vote total in.
Yeah, and that's going to start happening very soon. But let's turn to the Senate for a moment, because this is another big story. Control of the United States Senate. Democrats have almost no room for error. The Fox News decision desk can project that Indiana Republican Congressman Jim Banks will win his first Senate race.
In Virginia, it is too early to call the race between incumbent Democratic Senator Tim Kaine and his Republican challenger, Hung Cao. We're going to be looking into Virginia.
Longtime independent Senator Bernie Sanders will win a fourth term in the Senate in Vermont, and he caucuses, of course, with the Democrats.
As we look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, you can see we'll be ticking up. You need 51 for the majority. The Republicans need to pick up 2 to take the majority, and they're looking at states like West Virginia and Montana, but there could be others on this board. Right now, as you see, 39 Republicans to 29 Democrats.
A lot of toss-ups in that group as well. In the Senate races across the country, let's go to Bill Hemmer and get an update from the board.
Hey guys, we're just seeing a little of this vote come in from Florida, so why don't we go ahead and start there? And I'm just going to punch around and see a little bit of what we're getting here. We know the turnout was big. We know Republicans, based on some of the early voting and the voting today, was pretty decent here, but 8% of the statewide vote. This is Duval County, Jacksonville. I haven't seen this yet. Just go ahead and, so you got about 2/3 of the vote coming in Florida right now. Florida counts fast, by the way. The early votes, they rack it up. And so right here in Duval County, you got Kamala Harris leading by a point. I tell you what we do. Why don't we do this? It's very interesting because for one of the first times in a long time, in anybody's memory, I guess going back to FDR, the late 1800s, we've got a candidate on the ballot where you can compare the number from 4 years ago and compare the number from 8 years ago. So we're going to do this a lot throughout the night. We'll get a measure about how Trump is performing versus Hillary Clinton and versus Joe Biden. So let's go back 8 years now. Just watch his number here with 2/3 of the vote reporting in Florida. This is one county in Jacksonville. So all right, here we go. Trump was just shy of 50 against Hillary Clinton in that county. And then 4 years ago, he was a little less than that, about 2.5 shy of the midway mark in overall Duval. So he's doing right about the same number he did with Joe Biden 4 years ago. So let's look at Volusia County. Okay, you got a little more of the vote in here. Trump easily at nearly 60% of the vote. 77% reporting. Flagler, 86% reporting as well. So we expect him to do quite well in Florida. Let me move away from this because what I wanted to show you in a moment here is we're just getting a flavor right now of perhaps what the suburban vote is doing for Trump versus Harris, and then what the rural vote's doing. And what I did was I want to pick out 2 places here because there's a county just north of Indianapolis. This is Hamilton County. Population about 350, 360,000. About 2/3 of the vote coming in right now. What I want to show you here is Trump's at 48.8 now. There's more vote out there. Indiana counts the mail-in ballots first. So let's do the same exercise, okay? This time, watch the slide come out here. And now it gives us a direct comparison for 8 years ago against Hillary Clinton. This is the weakness in the Trump campaign, right? 8 years ago, he was just shy of 57% in the same county. And then 4 years ago, got slightly weaker, okay? Down about 2 points. And then current day today, okay, so there's more vote out there, so we'll see how it goes. But right now, a little weaker there in that suburb just north of Indianapolis. Conversely, right, Trump's been working the rurals, right? Well, this is Kentucky. You got a lot of the votes still out there, even though we called the race, okay? This is Taylor County. It is rural. It is small. There's about 10 to 12,000 raw votes there. Trump's percentage of the vote is big at 77%. So let's do the same exercise again. Go back to 2016, the percentage of the vote, okay, it was lower. 4 years ago in 2020, same county now, right around 75%. And as of tonight, okay, by the way, raw vote, 93.76, hold on to that number, okay? It's important because he's doing better on a percentage basis, but the raw vote doesn't help him a ton. That may suggest, as we pop around the map throughout the night, that the turnout for this vote could be lower than 2020. It's a COVID year, a pandemic year. A lot of people vote by mail, et cetera, and we'll see whether or not we're able to top that number from 2020, but it's questionable and debatable at the moment. If I've got time, I'll just show you Florida. Just one more time here, 30% in. Miami is missing. You know, we're waiting for the Hispanic vote down there in Miami, the Cuban vote as well. Broward County, 70% in. Heavily Democratic there, but about 60% of the vote right now going for Kamala Harris. The Trump team is saying that they're getting on the radio right now. They're cautiously optimistic. They're doing radio in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, all the way at the top. That means the former president telling people there's still time and finish strong. That's the message from Mar-a-Lago, right around down here in Palm Beach. Back to you, Brett and Martha.
You have time, Bill. We're going to have a lot of time.
Roger that.
Okay, yeah.
We have a lot of waiting to do
You know, Georgia is really crucial as we look at this raw vote total. And they're also getting a lot that we expect to come in very fast. Madison Allworth is actually in Norcross, Georgia, with the view from the ground. Hey, Madison.
Hey, Brett. Hey, Martha. So, yeah, polls have closed at a majority of locations here in Georgia, including the location that I'm at. I can actually see from my vantage point that at least one person has tried to come in past 7 p.m. and they are turning them away because this poll location, like most, closed at 7. But there are a few, because of issues, that will be open past 7 p.m. So 5 locations in Fulton County, 1 here in Gwinnett County. Those 6 had issues with unsubstantiated threats. So they were closed for a certain amount of time during the day. They've been allowed to be open for that amount of time past 7. We also have 7 precincts in DeKalb. That's another area in the Atlanta metro area that had bomb threats. We're still waiting to see if those locations are going to be allowed to be extended past that 7 p.m. window. So majority results have coming in. We've talked to the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a number of times. He has reiterated he's really confident that majority results will be reported by 8 p.m. And now when it comes to how close it is here, recounts are not necessary. But if it's within 0.5%, a candidate can request it. We're going to start to get those results really any minute now. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Madison, thank you.
All right, let's go to Sandra Smith, who is looking at these Fox News voter analysis surveys and picking up some information about different voter groups out there. What are you learning, Sandra?
Which could be telling a big story right now. And this is the first time you'll see this, and the first time since the polls have now closed, begun to close there, that we can break this down by candidate. Okay, first up, timing of your vote. We know so many went out for early voting. Let's see how those votes are breaking down in Georgia. Those who cast their vote early, look at this. They did not prefer a candidate if they early voted. It is split 49 for Harris, 49 for Trump. All right, let's look at some of these other key data points. We know race was huge. The black vote was huge for Biden when he won by just a bit in Georgia there in 2020. So let's look at how they are turning out in this election. All right, this is the first time we can break this down among black voters and their support for Kamala Harris. While strong, she is below where Biden was in 2020, 4 years ago. This number for Biden was more like 91. So she's running about 8 points behind where Biden was with the black vote in Georgia in 2020. All right, I have another data point where I'm going to combine this with gender, okay? So now you look at the black male voter in Georgia. We know both candidates have spent a lot of time courting them there. Democrats have been trying to convince them that they could be better for the economy. Trump has been trying to woo those voters. Remember, inflation's more than 20% in that state. With black men, Harris is at 73%, Trump at 25%. Let me give you perspective and context on that. Joe Biden in 2020 had this number at about 87%, okay? So right now, she's running about 13 points with black men behind where Joe Biden was in 2020. All right, another data point there, Brett, because I know you asked. Black women as well in Georgia. We have been watching this. Here it is, strong showing, 89%, but let me give you the perspective on that. Joe Biden with black women in Georgia 4 years ago was at 95% of their support. She is also running behind with them by about 6 points. I'll leave you off with one other data point here. Again, this is the first time we are able to show you this. Education and race. Whites with no college degree in Georgia. Donald Trump, a strong showing there. He's at 77, getting 77% of their support. So we have a lot more data coming in, and we will continue to bring that to you. Brett, Martha?
Those are really interesting
Thank
numbers.
you.
They
Absolutely.
tell a story. They start to.
Yeah, so let's bring in our panel and see what they think about these numbers. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Karl Rove, Laura Ingram, and Robert Wolf. Laura, welcome. Great to have you here. she's underperforming Biden is the headline there.
Yeah, it looks like right now, Harris isn't getting enough from women, at least in Georgia, that she would need to overcome what Trump is getting from men, both increase in support from black men and men overall. This is going to be the question throughout the night, because the Trump people and all their surrogate groups have tried to really mobilize men. We talked about this afternoon, Martha. I mean, from Joe Rogan to Elon Musk and all the other people down the line, they are trying to turn out that male vote. I would keep an eye on Virginia, and Carl knows this better than everyone else, but in 2020 in Virginia, Trump lost by 9.2, and in 2016, he lost by 4.9. Mm-hmm. Watch what happens in Virginia. Youngkin has been phenomenal on the ground for Trump. And even if that lead is cut by half, let's say it's 4 points, that could be a bellwether of something to come. Also in New Hampshire, where I spent 4 long winters.
Yes.
See what happens in New Hampshire. It was very tight in 2016.
Robert, welcome to you as well. The state of Georgia, Biden flipped Georgia for the first time since 1992, largely because of the black electorate. Looking at those numbers right now, it doesn't seem like she's delivering that same kind of power.
Yeah, those numbers seem soft. Although I would tell you I was predicting North Carolina over Georgia for the vice president, because I think Stein will be like plus 15 versus Robinson. And I think the governors, and I think that may help the vice president. But these are soft numbers. And I thought with Warnock and Ossoff, 2 senators that are popular, we would have maybe seen, a better turnout. So I'm hoping this is just the early voting.
Yeah, not all the data obviously is in yet. Carl, what's your read on it?
Well, first of all, we're looking at half of the problem. The problem is that we're looking at is what's the division of the black vote by men and women, Trump versus Harris. The other thing we need to look at is turnout. A 1% decline in black turnout in Georgia over the last election would wipe out the 10,000 vote margin that Joe Biden had. So we're seeing part of the picture. Let's see if it's compensated or offset a little bit by how much the black turnout is. Is it bigger than last time or smaller than last time? I'd make one other point. The other part of the Georgia equation that we're going to have to watch, we have a little bit of evidence from, and I mean a little bit of evidence from Indiana that we ought to be worried about, if the Trump campaign ought to be worried about, and that is the suburban support. Hamilton County went Republican 4 years ago. Trump won up 52 to 45. Tonight, with about 2/3 of the vote in, he's losing it to Kamala Harris, 50 to 44, or excuse me, 50 to 48. So he's running behind his performance. If that happens in
Indiana,
in Georgia, with these suburban counties like Forsyth and Cherokee, Gwinnett, which was won by Biden, but it has a huge biggest number of Republican voters in the state are in Gwinnett. If you remember, Hamilton County, 34% of the Republican primary voters in May voted for Nikki Haley when she had no chance of winning. We're seeing that effect tonight with the county being blue, at least at this point.
Harold, it's just worth pointing out that the Fox News voter analysis is this rolling poll over several days, 120,000 voters asked a series of questions. When we look at that data that Sandra talked about, with the raw vote total coming in, we have a sense of how accurate or not accurate it is. So far, it's lining up. Your thoughts where you are?
So I think Carl's point is right. I think one of the things I would love to see in Georgia is not just racial breakdown, but just breakdown of women versus men. Because if indeed he's underperforming the suburban areas in Indiana, you could extrapolate perhaps that happens in Georgia. But I would agree, if these numbers hold up, if he's polling, he being President Trump, 25% amongst black men, that's a challenge. If you see that in the other big cities in the blue states, Detroit and Philadelphia, that could be an issue as you think about the tightness of this race. But this campaign, the Harris campaign, has always said that it's women. They're going to be the key here. I agree with Robert. I think the North Carolina piece, the Stein-Robinson race, that gubernatorial race will have an advantage for Harris. But this is early. She's still ahead in Georgia. And I think once we get some more of these numbers in, once you get to 10, 15, 20%, I think we'll have a little bit better sense of whether or not this 25% African-American male thing is as serious as it seems.
And when we have on the screen, you have the numbers, and then you look at the percent of precincts in. Right now, it's at 3%. So as you look at the screen, that's what you'll be seeing throughout the night.
I mean, one of the things that the Harris campaign, which Harold just touched on, Dana, is that they're hoping that they're going to make it up with moderate some moderate GOP voters that will be persuaded over to the Harris camp. What's the feel for that at this stage of the game?
I would be skeptical that there is a lot of that kind of vote out there. So Governor Kemp had some problems with President Trump for a while, but they patched those things up. And I believe that as Youngkin has been very good for President Trump in Virginia, that Kemp has an amazing operation there in Georgia, and he has been tireless out there for him. And I also think that we should thank Georgia for doing what it needed to do in order to help get us these results in as quickly as possible, to have integrity in the vote, for people to have confidence that the system worked for them, that they could get through those lines quickly, and that the rules are the rules. And that, I think, will help people feel confident about the results.
Britt, the economy is the #1 issue in Georgia by far.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere, but pretty much leads the way. In our Fox News voter analysis, they break Trump's way significantly on the issue of the economy.
Right, that's important. And the other thing we have to keep an eye on throughout the night, it seems to me, are what, to use a piece of newly minted jargon we have, is just the low propensity voters.
You hate that word.
I think it's awful jargon, but can't think of a quickly better way to say it. But
people who don't
Trump
vote very
campaign
often
has really set a great deal of store by the fact that they believe that they have reached these people and will turn them out in significant numbers.
But explain who they are. They're people who didn't vote in 2020, or maybe even didn't vote in 2016
maybe
and
never
2020.
voted. And they're the kind of people they think are largely for Trump, if you asked them, right? And that if they can turn them out, they think they could be the decisive factor in this election. We don't know enough now, I don't think, to assess how that's going, but that's something to keep an eye on.
We might have an indication of it if you look at some of these Georgia rural counties. I've been watching Bill work on his wall. If you take a look at some of these rural counties, small counties, there are 150 or 180, 159 counties in Georgia, you'll see that Trump is getting a bigger number of votes in these smaller counties and a bigger percentage. This is, again, goes back to the episodic or low propensity voter.
All right, we're going to dig into these numbers, and we'll head back to Bill momentarily. Election night just getting started.
Some of the first polls are about to close in hotly contested state of North Carolina. So we're going to have some data there to show you coming up right after this break as our special coverage continues.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends tomorrow.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is...
Lord, we trust in you. We give to you everything. Our leaders, our president, our country. We give it all to you.
Jesus, we trust in you. Amen.
This is our legacy. I won't let anyone take it.
The epic return of Yellowstone.
I can see it now. I know what to do.
There is no morality. This is war.
We fight here, or we die here.
Oh, this is going to be fun. It's been pretty fun so far.
Yellowstone. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
Grr. Modern home security, my tail. What's Simply Safe got that I don't?
24/7 monitoring that acts on an alarm in 5 seconds to help stop crime in real time.
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on their way.
Plus no contracts, ever.
Maybe Simply Safe and I could work together.
Scaredy cat.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free. Stream exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their Top Gun school. 1 or 2 seconds sometimes would be the difference between life and death.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
Your parents have given you some amazing gifts, but what about the inherited ones? Celebrate them with Ancestry DNA, the simple test that shows your deep family roots from your mom's side and your dad's side, with some serious detail. Trace the journeys and history that shaped who you are today, and see the traits they passed down. Your connections to the past are all waiting. See just how gifted you are for only $39.
Watching all the branches tonight, so control of the Senate could be decided as well in the state, potentially, of Ohio. Democrat incumbent Sherrod Brown fighting to hold on to his long-held seat against GOP newcomer Bernie Moreno in one of the year's closely watched races and a very expensive race. Let's check in with Nate Foy, who's live in Strongsville, Ohio, where the polls are about to close. Hey, Nate.
Hey guys, so yeah, more than $400 million in ad spending in this Senate race, and a few people still coming in here to vote just minutes before the polls close at 7:30. And voter turnout has been strong. More than 2.5 million Ohioans voted early. This morning at 5 a.m., there was a line stretching around this entire building with people ready to vote, and it really reflects what's at stake. 17 electoral votes. Former President Donald Trump is expected to carry the state for a third time. But as you mentioned, the race that everybody is watching is between the incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown and GOP challenger Bernie Moreno. Now, Senator Brown has campaigned seeking a fourth term, trying to make this about reproductive rights, which are enshrined in Ohio's Constitution. And for that reason, Moreno told us last night it should be a non-issue in this race. And he says that Senator Brown is turning abortion into a political weapon.
There is no ability federally to be able to handle abortion at the federal level, one way or the other. So what I'm going to focus on as a United States Senator is to bring people together on this issue.
And we will see the impact that former President Donald Trump has down the ballot. Keep in mind, no Democratic senator has won an election in a state that Trump carried while Trump was on the ballot. We'll see if that changes tonight. We'll send it back to you.
Nate Foy with the golf voice inside the polling area. That was nice.
He said there weren't that many people left. Maybe he felt like he had to be quiet.
Yeah, I think so. Battleground, North Carolina, also among the next batch of poll closings, a tight presidential race in a state Trump won twice. Many voters there still recovering, obviously, from Hurricane Helene. Senior correspondent Jonathan Seri is live in Raleigh. Hi, Jonathan.
Yeah, good evening, Brett and Martha. Most of the polls throughout the state are going to close just minutes from now, with the exception of 2 precincts that had technical problems that delayed voting this morning. The issue in Wilson County involved a printer cable, and in Burke County, it was a laptop that wouldn't boot up. In both instances, it involved equipment used for checking in voters, not the actual voting machines. Other than that, elections officials say things have been moving pretty smoothly, including in the western part of the state, which was heavily damaged in Hurricane Helene. 7 tents with electric generators and voting machines are in place to accommodate Election Day voting in areas where normal voting sites were destroyed or inaccessible. Election officials say the state's voter turnout would already early voting records is on track to meet or exceed the record set in 2020 for total ballots cast. Back to you guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you.
So let's take it around our panel. We just heard a little bit about the abortion issue, Laura. And it's interesting just looking at our Fox News voter analysis, because we saw in 2022 in the midterms, this was obviously it was more of an impact than people thought it was going to have going in. But in this situation, it appears that only a quarter of the voters who are Democrats say that it is the single most important factor in their decision. So that's going to be a big question tonight. Mm-hmm. Does abortion turn out to be as big an issue as perhaps Democrats would like it to be?
I thought the Fox voter analysis on gas prices and food prices was staggering. It was 85%, 91%. Mm-hmm. I'm very concerned about both. But certain voter analysis and some of the other networks, Edison, Reuters, has abortion at 14, democracy at 35, the economy at 31, immigration down at 11. I'm not sure I buy that, but look, it's a stark choice presented to America tonight. Do you want the status quo, which is pretty much high prices, high cost of living, fairly liberal to open border situation, or do you want a change? We know what that change was like in 2019. I don't think we've had as stark a choice, perhaps since 1980, as we do tonight for the country. But they've done a brilliant job of making this not about her old record, not about Biden, who has a 38% approval rating tonight, but about abortion and young women and Donald Trump, fascist, Nazi. That's their close. So if it's abortion, fascism, Hitler, that's your close. I think that's a pretty dark view of the country. I think the economy is still the #1 issue nationwide. I'm not buying some of these exit polls.
Harold, of economic issues, this election overall, every race, it's estimated to have $15.9 billion with a B dollars spent on this election. Almost $16 billion. That surpasses the record of $15.1 billion in 2020. If you were to take a checkbook and write a check to every American everywhere, it's almost $50 a person. And we are tied tonight in the presidential race.
I gather some Americans would love the $50 check as opposed to having them gone through what we've gone through here over the last.
But the vice president's campaign has spent more than former President Trump. And do you think right now, looking at the numbers, that they're getting the money worth?
It's early. We'll find out. One of the reasons we spend so much in campaigns today is that the campaign process is a business. They start 4 years out. They begin raising ulcers and all those kinds of things. Hopefully we get some reform to that going forward. But I have to tell you, just looking at the early numbers, you got to be a little concerned if you're Democrats on this. Now, the numbers, it's way early, so we're going to get a lot more things here. But to see those numbers that Bill put up in Florida and Miami-Dade with the breakdown between the two candidates, that's a little concerning. The concern that you raise, Carl, about suburban voters in Indiana, Democrats have to be a little concerned about this as we head in here. I'm curious to know also about that Florida abortion thing that was on the ballot there in Florida and how that's faring and if that's had really the impact. The Kemp relationship with Trump, it seems like it might have been repaired a bit as you look at some of these numbers early on. We'll have to see what suburban voters. I'd quarrel with someone who said a little bit about the black voters in Georgia. It was not necessarily black voters in Georgia. It was suburban and rural voters in Georgia that put Biden over, and he even gave the seats to the Democratic senators there. So as we get more and more numbers here over the next few minutes, it'll be very telling, because if Georgia and North Carolina stay with Trump, Trump needs that in his math. He can't do it without those states in reality. Kamala Harris was hoping for a flip there. You get a surprise there, and then the night takes on a little bit of a different pace and a different tone. So those are the numbers I'm looking most closely at, Brett, here in the next few minutes.
We've got about 30 seconds before we start our TikTok to the next call. Dana, what do you think?
I think that Florida is so interesting because Governor Ron DeSantis is such an effective governor and a great campaigner. And I think also that there are changes in Latino voters and generational changes. But I would also say this: when 75% of the country says you're on the wrong direction, you're going in the wrong direction, and their #1 issue is the economy, you should listen to them, because that's what it is.
Well, Miami-Dade was flipped by DeSantis. He lost it in his first governor's race, and then he won Miami-Dade in the second. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of that play out in Miami-Dade right now. We'll see.
Britt, do you want to do the TikTok sound for us?
I'm not sure I remember how.
We are coming up on the next poll closing, and it's a big one because North Carolina, we should start getting raw vote totals right away. North Carolina is one of the fastest states, even despite Hurricane Helene. They're doing a really great job. The Secretary of State's office there as we wait for the poll closing right now. It is now 7:30 on the East Coast. Polls have just closed in 3 more states. North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia. It came down to the wire in the last presidential election. It has 16 Electoral College votes, and it will be a decisive one, potentially. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call.
Also too early to call Ohio, but former President Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. As we mentioned, we're also watching the Senate race there. Bernie Moreno is the GOP candidate running against Sherrod Brown. And we can say that Fox News does project that Trump will win West Virginia. Not a very big surprise there. Obviously, the former governor or the current governor is running for the Senate as well. So
we expect that to be a quick call as well. If you look at the race for 270, the Electoral College votes needed to win the presidency now ticking up with that last call, the former president at 23 and Vice President Harris at 3 throughout the night. That will go up as we make calls. The biggest story in West Virginia, as we said, is the Senate race, where longtime Senator Joe Manchin is retiring, Democrat now independent. Fox News can project that Jim Justice will flip this seat to the Republicans. That win puts the GOP 1 seat away from an outright majority in the U.S. Senate, assuming they don't lose any seats along the way that they already hold.
Yes, exactly. So the Fox News decision desk says that it is too early to call another Republican target. Ohio, where the incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, as I mentioned, fighting for his 4th term against Republican businessman Bernie Moreno. And we're watching that one very closely as well. That could potentially be another flip. It's a toss-up race at the moment. The balance of power looks like this in terms of what we have fed in so far into the data at this point. You've got 40 Republicans, 1 seat flipped. That's the West Virginia seat. Jim Justice will be the new senator. He was the former governor from the state of West Virginia, and Democrats have 29 right now. You can see a lot of spaces still to be filled in over on the Senate side.
We are following a number of gubernatorial races around the country. Turning to those races, Fox News can project that North Carolina's Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. A lot of controversy in that race. It's not close now. We're making that call.
And in West Virginia, Republican Attorney General Patrick Morrisey will succeed Jim Justice as the state's 37th governor. He has wanted that spot for a long time. He's run before, and now Patrick Morrisey will be the governor in West Virginia. Let's go over to Bill Hemmer and get a sense of how all of this stacks up.
That Florida story is really interesting, Bill.
Yeah, it is. Why don't we start there this time? And good evening again, just past 7:30 here on the East Coast. I was looking at Miami right now. Miami-Dade, the last time as a county they had voted for a Republican president was 1988, George Bush, 41. And right now, you got 71% of the statewide voting, but you got 80% of the county voting here. And Trump's got a easy 10-point advantage right now over Kamala Harris. So we'll see how that holds up here. Another thing we're going to look at right now is Georgia. And, Georgia is one of these states that's gone through a bit of a realignment, kind of like North Carolina, kind of like Arizona and some others that we've looked at. And, in the blue wall a little bit right now, Trump did the trick 8 years ago. We'll see whether or not he can do it again this time. But I just want to take a glance at this because you got a lot of vote out there, guys. Now, we expect a lot of batches to come in quickly here in Georgia because they say they're going to count quickly. But right now, 8% of the statewide vote. One thing we're talking about the rurals. This down here is Brantley County. Now, this was Trump's best performing rural county in 2020. And he's doing a number right now again. I'll just go back to 2020, 4 years ago, and watch this. The percentage there was, so he's doing a tick better. Raw vote here, 6,200 4 years ago. Raw vote now in the same county, 4,900. So maybe that comes back to that conversation about, turnout and things like that throughout the rest of the country. But when you look at Georgia, I mean, let's look at the vote difference for Georgia, and we can show you a little of the realignment that we're talking about here. And if you look at this, right, all this over here, this is a dominant state for the Republican Party and had been for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? He won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration, but slowly Georgia changed. And a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump in 2016. I give it to him, right? 5 points 8 years ago. But things seemed to change in 2020 and change in a significant way when Joe Biden went in there and took the state by 0.2 percentage points, raw vote of 11,779. All right. Now, so this is where we are now. And I'll just, with a lot of that vote out there, Trump's got a lead of 22 points, and that's going to change throughout the night, but we just want to let you know what's happening there. Let's look at the vote difference for North Carolina. Similar story, maybe less of an advantage for the Republicans, but this is all red. You look at what Bush and Kerry did in 2004. That was easy. That wasn't a battleground at all. This is where Barack Obama performed so well, took the Tar Heel State just by so much they're okay in North Carolina, but was able to pull it off. Let's come back to 2020 right now, and I can show you what I'm seeing there. Let's go ahead and clear this, all right? Yeah. So as you can see, like these states, they change. And it's a real part of this national conversation about where people move, where people choose to live, where people choose to work, go to school, et cetera. So we'll like tag onto that throughout the night.
You know, North Carolina, you look at the counties you are following, Wake County, Raleigh.
Yes.
There's just such a population shift. You know, more than 1 million people have shifted down there, and it's a different crowd. So that's why maybe you have a different electorate in North Carolina that Democrats are looking to.
Yeah, I look at Wake County. We can show you on the board in a second here. I look at Guilford, too. That's Greensboro. A lot of folks campaigning there. Kamala Harris was there. Donald Trump was there. You know, young folks go there to go to school and to find a job as well. And we'll see about Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte. You know, Mecklenburg, Carl, that's a county that Democrats have tried to really capture. And they're able to win the county, but not by big enough of a margin to capture the entire state. So that's been somewhat elusive.
Carl perked up when you said Bush-Kerry. He really felt the old days.
It was a good moment. Yeah, it was a good moment.
But you know,
But you're right. The change in it, like Mecklenburg, black turnout in Mecklenburg is below any other place I've seen in the South. Major county. You know, the five major counties around Atlanta, Wake, Henrico, Richmond, Chesterfield, and Virginia. It's amazing and I don't understand exactly why, but black turnout in Mecklenburg has kept the Democrats from winning the state.
Well, I just wanted, you had spoken earlier about North Carolina and Hurricane Helene and the impact on, I believe, 25 counties were affected by Hurricane Helene. And one of the early discussions was, you know, a lot of those counties are red. Are they going to be able to vote? And then everyone felt like it was going to be okay. It looked like it was in good shape for
I'll show that to Martha here. And I don't know how much of that vote we've got in, but we're looking at this with virgin eyes here, okay? You're only 2% statewide. But what you're talking about, Martha, let me go ahead and draw this up here. All those 25 counties are west of Mecklenburg that we're talking about. They're west of Charlotte, okay? This is the blue dot in the western part of North Carolina. That's Buncombe County. That's Asheville. And that helped Joe Biden erase about a 43,000 net gain on behalf of Donald Trump. All the other 25 counties, Trump was up about 270,000. So he came out of these 25 counties that were so wrecked by this hurricane with a net of he lost 43 in Buncombe, a net of 220,000 votes. So let's go and clear this off and just refresh our memories here from 4 years ago. Here were the results, right? You know, Trump won the state several days later, but a little less than 75,000 votes. So all this out here, it's going to matter. And what the Democratic governor, Roy Cooper, said is that he was going to put these mobile voting vans in western North Carolina to make sure that nobody gets ripped off from casting a vote on behalf of Helene.
You know, Laura, the Harris campaign is pointing to schools like Appalachian State, the polling place in Boone County. They're saying schools in Pennsylvania and Nevada are huge lines. They're mobilizing young people. That's what they're sending out, at least now. What do you think?
15 polling places in Georgia have had to have extended hours because of that bomb threat that you guys were reporting on earlier, various bomb threats. And in Georgia, it's DeKalb County, Gwinnett, other key population centers. Will that affect the ultimate result in a place like Georgia? We'll find out. But Donald Trump this morning in West Palm Beach looked into the camera and he said, "Stay in line." Like it took him a while to sort of ask for people's votes over this campaign season.
Twitter tonight, he's still up on X saying, "Stay in line."
Yeah, stay in line. Don't get out of the line because there are Harris supporters were reporting in Pennsylvania, Lehigh University students, that they waited in line for 6 hours to vote. 6 hours, and that was confirmed by a bunch of other reporting. So people have to, and a lot of people can't wait in line for that long. And so that could end up being something that both parties complain about in the end. But, we'll see.
Robert?
So, as you know, when we were all at the convention together, I said that Kamala Harris was the underdog and that Trump would win. And I didn't shift until maybe with Martha like 2 weeks ago. And the reason was the following. One, on the economy, yes, it's number one, but it went from Trump plus 15 to Trump plus 8. And so that was a big difference.
And some polls had it even tighter.
And some, I think Fox ended up at 6. And then the second thing was the money. Harris campaign raised $1 to $2 billion. All of a sudden, it wasn't just the blue wall. Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina come into play. And Martha and I have spoken about it, not to make this a gender issue, but Arizona and Nevada do have reproductive rights on the line. So that makes a big difference on the gender vote. So listen, I'm not going to say I went from optimistic to nauseously optimistic. I'm going to stay at optimistic, but we're going to have to see what happens in Atlanta and Charlotte and some of the big cities that, you know, we're depending huge votes for Harris, but it doesn't feel as good yet.
But we have a lot of vote that is still outstanding, right, Carl?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we some of these smaller counties in Georgia and North Carolina will come in quickly, but the bigger counties where this will be settled will take a little while to get compiled.
But you'll be looking not only at how she's doing versus Biden, but how he's doing against himself, 2020 and 2016.
Right. And my suspicion is that we will see a pattern of he's doing better in rural areas and he's doing slightly worse in urban and suburban areas. And the key will end up being, the decider will be, if he continues to get 25% of the black male vote, this will be the best Republican performance in that group since at least 1960. And it will be powerful.
Okay, that's one to watch. Thank you, panel. The countdown is on to a slew of poll closings across the country, including the Big Kahuna. Pennsylvania, one of the biggest battleground prizes of the night. Our special coverage continues here on Fox next.
Today, most people don't know where their meat is sourced. For generations, people had access to quality local meats from American farms and ranches.
At Good Ranchers, we're reviving that tradition by partnering with ranchers and farmers.
No imports, just 100% American-born, raised, and harvested meat delivered directly to you.
We select only the finest cuts that we would feed our family.
Visit goodranchers.com and discover American meat delivered.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan!
I speak in the name of the one true God.
While you watch Fox News, stay connected at foxnews.com with live blogs, interactive features, and voter analysis. Foxnews.com, your ultimate second screen.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
That's what Grandpa used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it,
making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you.
Call 1-800-275-1095. That's 1-800-275-1095.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Still waiting for some key battlegrounds where polls have closed. We're trying to get the latest raw vote total in. There you see Georgia, again, too soon to call, only 12% in, but you see a big lead for former President Trump. If we go to the other battleground state of North Carolina, also too soon to call. It flips there, only 2% in, and obviously waiting on the raw vote total to fill in some of the picture as we look at our Fox News voter analysis and what the raw vote total is coming in. By the way, on your screen, you'll see everything that we have coming in, every race that you may be following on the bottom of your screen and sometimes on the side.
And also it depends on whether they're starting to count with vote that came in early and then what sequence they start to, then it will shift as they start to do the day of vote in these states as well. So you're going to see a lot of very big shifts, no doubt, as we continue through the evening.
Some states do it differently.
Every state has their own unique way of doing it, which makes it really interesting to cover.
And juggle.
So meanwhile, a Democrat-leaning district in deep red Nebraska, around the Omaha area, could hold the key to the presidential race. Garrett Tenney is live in Omaha, Nebraska, with their very unique story. Hi there, Garrett.
Hey, Martha and Brett. Polls close here in just over an hour, and pretty quickly we should get a sense of where things are heading here in the 2nd Congressional District. Remember, Nebraska is not a winner-take-all state, and here in Omaha, it's known as the blue dot in this deep red state because Democrats won this district's single electoral vote in both 2008 and 2020. This time around, they have spent millions of dollars to try and make that happen again, given how close this race is going to be. That single electoral vote could be a difference maker for Kamala Harris's campaign. Here in Douglas County is where to watch. Election officials will release the first results at 8 p.m. These will be early ballots that have already been counted. And election officials say those votes will make up about half of the entire vote here in Douglas County. What Democrats are going to be looking for as these results start coming in is the areas north and south of Omaha, where there are a lot of Black and Latino voters who haven't turned out in recent elections. Democrats have spent a lot of time and effort this time around to change that. We'll have to see here in the next hour if it pays off. Brett and Martha.
All right.
Thank you, Garrett.
Throughout the night, Harris Faulkner is getting real-time reaction from real voters as results unfold. With voters' voices, they'll be talking about the issues that drove them to the polls. Harris, great to see you. Good evening.
Great to see you too, Brett. It is so exciting to finally be here this night. Welcome to Voters' Voices. We have a live audience of Americans making their voices heard throughout the night. And I'm your host, Harris Faulkner. We are witnessing a race for the White House like no other. We know that. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris put 7 particular states in focus. And in those battleground states, if you live there, you know it has been intense. Voters are telling me all about the tidal wave of campaign ads and polling experts trying to dig in and learn how they voted and why. Well, that's because in recent years, those states have been key in determining the next president. But voters all across America know their power. And with me for the evening, the linchpin of our great republic, the Voters' Voices. You guys, it's good to see you. Welcome. They fall all along the full political spectrum. And over the next several hours, we will hear their take on the race for president and what the issues were that swayed them one way or the other. And the other person who's with us tonight is a friend I've invited, polling expert Lee Carter, president of Maslansky and Partners. Warm welcome to you, Lee. You got a big night.
Thank you. Big night. Yeah, so excited to be here.
Yeah, we've been talking to voters and so on and so forth. And let's just start off with a show of hands real quickly. Because the numbers for early vote, 84 million just now, and still counting all those mail-in ballots. So it's huge, incredibly large, setting records this year. How many of you voted early?
Wow.
It's a lot, right?
It's a lot.
Yeah, and how many of you voted today? Yeah, well, we would expect not as many, right? So how does that compare with what you find in your analysis?
Well, what we're looking at right now, they're saying that about half people have early voted. And I think that's and so we could be looking at record turnout. Now, there's some people who say it's going to be more than half have already voted early, but I think we're going to be looking at, the numbers are showing that we're looking for a big night.
Yeah, that would be huge if that were the case, because 2020 really was the burst on that. Okay. A quick rundown of what we'll be showing you tonight before we hear from the audience. Our team compiled key moments from the Trump and Harris campaigns, and Lee is showing some of those comments to American voters along the way, and they use their computers to respond to those in real time. The lines on the screen that will show you their reaction: red representing Republicans, blue for Democrats, and gray for independents. And our first topic, we heard a lot of this, fiery rhetoric. This from Vice President Harris.
So listen, so much is on the line in this election, and this is not 2016 or 2020. We can all see that Donald Trump is even more unstable and more unhinged, and now he wants unchecked power. And this time, there will be no one there to stop him. Not even the Supreme Court, which months ago told the former president that he is essentially immune no matter what he would do in the White House.
I'm mostly watching the gray line because we've been told so much about independents and how important they are. What did you learn with this?
So you could really see Democrats responded favorably, but independents gave this a D while Republicans gave it an F. And one of the things that we heard from independent voters is that Kamala was supposed to be this joyful candidate. She positioned herself right off the bat as somebody who was going to be different, bring us together. She said we have more in common than divides us. And the more negative she got, the more negative independent voters got towards her. And I think we saw that happen in the polls. She had a surge in the beginning and things sort of flatlined once she sort of turned very negative.
All right, here's one from former President Trump.
She's running on a campaign of demoralization. It's a campaign of hate. Her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. Today we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala, and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now, you can see very different reaction here than we had with the other voters. Democrats, not surprisingly, gave this an F. Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think this kind of rhetoric is priced into Donald Trump. They want to see him be tough. They want to see him be a fighter. And a lot of the things that he talked about were things that people agreed with. So I think people give him more of a pass on the tough rhetoric than they do on Kamala.
All right, let's talk to some voters. I can't wait for this part. Okay, so Steve, you are a Democrat. And I understand you voted for Trump, and you live in the all-important battleground of Pennsylvania. So tell me about your journey and what it's been like and why you made that decision as a Democrat.
Well, Harris, for me, it was very simple. The issues for me are fighting anti-Semitism, being strong on our greatest ally, Israel, economic strength, fighting the border, and peace through strength. And Donald Trump, we have a 4-year history of Donald Trump as president, and he demonstrated all of that. And it was a no-brainer. It was been a very interesting reaction for people to see me demonstrably promote my rapport for Donald Trump, but I also have supported Dave McCormick. So that was sort of a double-edged whammy for me, but it was a no-brainer. And all right. Supporting Donald Trump was an easy decision.
Yeah, as a Democrat, you said, people were reacting to that. I appreciate your answer. I appreciate everybody's time. We will hear more from our voters' voices throughout the night. Let's go back to Brett and Martha.
All right, Harris.
Thank you, Harris. Thanks, Lee. So the clock is ticking down to one of the biggest poll closings of the night. Pennsylvania is about to finish the voting process. Our special coverage continues with Jesse Waters and Sean Hannity coming up.
At SimpliSafe, we build advanced security sensors and cameras for your whole home, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring and Fast Protect technology, exclusively from SimpliSafe for faster police response. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Thank you, buddy. We all know Mark Wahlberg as an American movie star, but what makes him unique is what he does when he's not on the silver screen. Mark is passionate about his family, his faith, and his country. He joined me on a tour of our 9/11 mobile exhibit. With his powerful voice, he's helping us to never forget those who have sacrificed so much.
You guys are doing amazing work.
Our foundation, you know what we do. We take care of our first responders and Gold Star widows that their loved ones died in the line of duty and leave young children behind, catastrophically injured service members. And we build these mortgage-free smart homes. You're a man of faith.
Absolutely.
St. Francis of Assisi said, brothers and sisters, while we have time, let us do good.
Absolutely. We all have to do our part. There is definitely a role for every one of us to contribute in some sort of way.
See, now we don't hold any grudge with any New York-Boston sports rivalries because of all that you guys do.
I had the good fortune of being able to visit Afghanistan and to see the sacrifice that our brave men and women actually make to provide our freedoms, I don't take that lightly.
As I got involved, I was inundated with calls about how people could help and contribute. And
It represents all the great heroes that died on 9/11, and we're always going to hold it to the highest standards of any foundation in America.
couldn't find a more worthy cause. The fact that this is something that has literally touched and affected every single person, they just have to be a part of it. And your reputation is beyond impeccable. Everybody knows where the money's going. Every single dollar. God bless you.
We need your help to deliver mortgage-free homes to catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star, and fallen first responders families with young children. Please contribute $11 a month to support their efforts by visiting t2t.org.
Our God calls us.
Welcome back. We do have a call to make. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of South Carolina. So we are counting down the minutes to the next poll closing. And there you see the race to 270 ticking up on the former president's side at 32-3 for Vice President Harris as the states are called. We will continue to see that. And obviously 270 is the magic number.
We got a long way to go. A lot of filling in of this board and these states, but some places are getting very interesting as we get closer to our next round of poll closings, which are coming up in just a little while. And that will include Florida, where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve Harrigan. He is at Senator Rick Scott's campaign headquarters in Bonita Springs, Florida, which has tightened up a little bit. That race has gotten interesting. Steve?
Martha, they're starting to cheer here. It's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier this was the first time he's ever run for state office where he's actually been predicted to win. He said that's largely because of a strong performance in early voting. More than 8 million Floridians did vote early. That's about 50% of registered voters. And we were out there today at one ballot station, and there were people lined up, hundreds of people who stood 2 hours in the rain to cast their ballots. Some people expect counties could go as high as 90% voter turnout. A couple of items could complicate things throughout the night. One is an abortion initiative on the ballot that would extend Florida's strict abortion law. The other would be to legalize recreational marijuana. Both of those items will need 60% to win. Martha, back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan, thank you very much.
The delay on the TV, they just got it. They just saw it. We're back with our panel, and we add Kellyanne Conway, Jesse Waters, and Jessica Tarloff. Kellyanne, you see some other things that you're watching?
Looking at some suburban bellwethers coming in. Hamilton, Indiana, 70% of the vote is flipped back to President Trump. Loudoun County, Virginia, we know has really been trending toward the left. It's been a swing to the right by 8 points compared to 2020. So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice, Jewish Americans. But yeah. I think that we'll be talking about that tonight.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just getting started.
We are seconds away from 17 states plus Washington, D.C., including New Hampshire, Illinois, Tennessee, Florida, plus the critical battleground.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple.
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
With 177 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
And it is now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls have just closed in over a dozen states. All eyes, of course, are on Pennsylvania, which could be the deciding state in this race. 19 electoral votes at stake. Fox News Decision Desk says that this is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. Too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News decision desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a really surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News decision desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people have thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey in my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, that state worth 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and it continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the west, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you. Jesse, thoughts?
Are we sure about New Jersey? Oh, man, I voted next to a guy this morning wearing a garbage bag. So I thought the state was a lock. I guess I was wrong about that. I also just heard from a person who was not going to vote, and then his girlfriend called him and said, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, we're breaking up. So he just drove 2 hours to the polling station and waited 2 hours in line. So I still don't understand people. And I'm not going to give you the county by county because I don't have that in my wheelhouse. But I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia, where she's not performing as well with black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script with indies. He's up 11 with independents, whereas Biden had beaten him by 9 with independents. So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially, that Kamala Harris is even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive, because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and she is making it, they are making it a very competitive race. I mean, we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Tarlow, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Your thoughts so far on the evening?
Not surprised by New Jersey, and I'm sorry for you. You had been bragging about that one for months to me.
Okay. I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris, that's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge, and I think Philadelphia was a big story this day, already in the first hour of Election Day polling, that they were smashing records, and we'll see where that all turns up. But what I'm really focused on is seeing, once all the exits are out, you know, what ended up being the 1, 2, and 3 most important issues. Because in Ann Selzer's final poll of Iowa, she had preserving democracy as number 1. That also showed up in the Marist polling. Yep. And if it is preserving democracy, then that bodes very well for Kamala Harris's evening. And if it goes preserving democracy, the economy, and then abortion, that's definitely a good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago, where you said that she had closed the gap with Donald Trump in terms of who's best to handle the economy and is leading on protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about Florida? You know, it wasn't close. We just called it for the former president's a big electoral vote haul. But if you think about it, you know, in elections past, Florida was a swing state.
Yep.
2022, Ron DeSantis changes that and makes a red state. And even in Miami-Dade County, the Republican is taking home a vote, including Latino vote, which could bode something else beyond Florida.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. It's important to note that they also had an abortion initiative on the ballot there in Florida, and it looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion initiative, 57-43, almost like the same numbers that Trump won with, maybe a little bit better. So people split the ticket there, those that were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. She's going to need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, you got a Democratic governor there and a Democratic that's now been elected. I'm curious about these suburban areas. I listened to Carl and now Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even in Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at that the issue around LGBTQ+ and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this. And maybe it's not, these states are a little different now than voters are in suburban areas.
Yeah, Bill, you have Loudoun County out there?
Yeah,
that's Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
Yeah.
What was 2020?
Yeah, let's look at 2020 versus now.
Okay, so I want to show you guys the Fox insights that we have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green outline? So we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago, okay? Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together, okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reporting in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer with 4 years ago, that's a slip of about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign, and maybe that's having an impact on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple of interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump. And I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville, okay? This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here. And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south, now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. You know, the Trump team's going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta. Let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. So the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,267 right now. All right, you got about a quarter of the vote still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360. That would be good news for the Harris campaign if this number holds there in Douglas County. Let me pop out here a moment and show you another thing here that we were looking at.
But can you stay in Georgia for 1 second?
I can.
Just before we leave there,
Yes,
the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told, show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020 and now at 25%, according to these 2 surveys today.
So that may sync up with what...
It's starting to match the raw vote.
That may sync up with what we're seeing now in Fulton County. Now, you got almost half the votes still out there, okay? Yep. 52% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County. This is Kamala Harris. She's going to win the county, okay? But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 242,000. You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from. And maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020? Because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well.
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%. So that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night as to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our voter analysis. It said that fully half of all voters say the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number. And that's a lot of people worried about that. Now, Trump gets some of those voters, but 60% of them or more going for Harris. I think that issue, democracy, is about one thing, about Trump and fear of Trump. So it's the same factor we keep coming back to time and again is, the Trump factor in this race is, is he able to overcome the resistance to him, which has been so dominant in three previous cycles? And that's what that vote is about.
Because if you were just running on the issues that include the most important, economy, immigration,
right.
You wouldn't see.
Wouldn't see that, but you got half of people thinking that's important.
And
that's a Trump. That's a Trump.
A huge issue for 2020, and it also resurfaced a bit with candidate selection in 2022 that he got blamed for. So the question is, are we going to see the increase in his approval numbers translate into something positive for him tonight?
And if you work your way back to what that's about January 6th.
Yeah.
Can I clarify
and the price he paid politically for January 6th is still being paid.
And it also was hammered over and over again by current President Biden, the former candidate. The threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
And Vice President Harris didn't take that ball for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The other thing about it I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways, it's a BS issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it, go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this. Our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet here we are. It's still a factor.
And here we are with a political rise from January 7th, 2021 to a candidate who is at least tied and in a good position and has a path to 270 to win the White House. Stand by, panel, if you would.
Speaking of that, let's go check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters. She is in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. What's the mood over there? Long way to go tonight, but how are things looking, Aisha?
Things are looking good here. The crowd behind me still hasn't really filled up the convention center, and that's because I'm told that there's a long security line. Apparently, a lot of folks are at the Hilton partying right next door and still haven't made their way over, and that's because there's a really long security line. They got to go through the max before they get in here. So that is what's holding up the people, the spaces that you see behind me, and why that hasn't filled up just yet. I want to just talk about, you guys were on the big screen when you called Florida in here, and everybody erupted into a cheer. I was just talking to Congressman Mike Walz of Florida, of the great state of Florida, and he was telling me how it was a record early vote turnout, and that's why. And he thinks that's going to resonate across the country today. People are going to come out and vote for Trump. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aisha.
Aisha, thanks. Let's check in with Jackie Heinrich. She's at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. Hi, Jackie.
Hey there, guys. It's quite a different scene out here compared to where Aisha is. I should note that at Harris headquarters, we don't actually have Harris campaign officials because they're all in Wilmington tonight. So we're trying to get a sense from campaign officials about who was invited to this event, how many thousands will be here, and who's in the crowd. But I am hearing from people close to the vice president, sort of watching these reports come in. They started tonight very anxious about Georgia, and the first batch of data that they're getting is leaving them feeling pretty buoyed about it. A source close to the VP says that they're seeing really high turnout in the metro Atlanta area, and as of a short while ago, they had a 10-plus point lead among women showing up. And also, they noted that black turnout was slow to start, but it is finishing strong, and they attribute that to their get out the vote effort. One thing they've been wrestling with is whether or not they underestimated Trump's get out the vote effort. So far, they're not seeing signs of that, but they're definitely feeling happy about that first report coming out of Georgia, guys.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much. Before we make some race calls, Harold, you wanted to clarify something you said?
The 58% 42, the Florida abortion initiative, that it didn't pass, though, because you had to have 60%. So I misspoke, but it got 58%, but fell by 2. And matter of fact, they had a marijuana initiative, which I would have voted against, but it didn't reach the number either to get to 60.
Yeah, and
so both failed.
Governor DeSantis is touting both of those things down there in Florida. Okay, we have some calls.
We begin in Pennsylvania, home to a razor-thin Senate race between incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and Republican businessman Dave McCormick. The Fox News decision desk says this is too early to make a call in Pennsylvania on that race.
This could be a big cheer. Fox News can project that Rick Scott, the Republican senator from Florida, will win his second term. We'll pause for applause down there with Aisha. In Maryland, it's too early to call the race between Democratic County Executive Angela Alsobrooks and former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks has a lead, however, in our Fox News voter analysis as we wait for the raw vote total to come in.
And too early to call Missouri's Senate race between Republican Senator Josh Hawley and Democratic Attorney Lucas Kunce. Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, though, we can tell you, will win once again in the state of Tennessee, another reliably conservative state.
In Mississippi, longtime GOP Senator Roger Wicker will take home another victory. The Fox News decision desk can project that in Massachusetts, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren will win her third term.
Connecticut's Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will also win a third term. Not enough data to project the main Senate race quite yet.
And in New Jersey, current Democratic House Rep Andy Kim will win his Senate race, putting him in the upper chamber for the first time. This is the Bob Menendez seat. In Delaware, Democratic House Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester will win her first Senate race.
In Rhode Island, Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse will return for a fourth term. And let's take a look at the balance of power and how it shapes up at this point in the evening. 8:18 on the East Coast. You have 43 Republicans securing their seat. One seat was flipped. That is West Virginia. The former governor will now be Senator Jim Justice in West Virginia. 34 Democrats have secured their seats in the Senate, and a long way to go in the upper chamber as well.
We have a lot of raw vote totals starting to dump in from those early states. More Democracy 24 coverage ahead as we await the next round of poll closings.
While you watch Fox News, stay connected at foxnews.com with live blogs, interactive features, and voter analysis. Foxnews.com, your ultimate second screen.
Someday it's all going to be yours. I promise.
The epic return of Yellowstone.
There's no peace for this family, only revenge.
Our enemies don't fight fair. I know what to do. Believe in me.
I've always believed in you.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
Yellowstone. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
You on guard tonight?
Oh, nah. It just got Simply Safe. It protects the whole home, inside and out.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Whoa!
That was impressive.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
If you're shopping for a home, you could browse hundreds of listings to find homes with big yards, or compare lot sizes all at once. Search in full color to find space to grow. Home search will never be the same again.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
baptized in the River Jordan.
I speak in the name of the one true God.
We believe at New Day USA, we have a noble purpose. Our purpose is not just closing a loan. We want to do whatever's best for the individual service person. We want to be known as America's mortgage company for veterans and active duty service people. And they and their families, we're the ones that are there to help them. People are doing hard, arduous, difficult, dangerous things. Some of them are giving their lives right now today for the freedoms that we have here in this country. They're willing to do that for you, for me, and for our family. So for us at New Day, to have the opportunity to turn around and help those people at this point in time, it's a labor of love, it's a noble service, and that's what we're all about.
So economy, obviously the biggest issue in this election. Let's go to Sandra Smith with a look at how that is playing out in our Fox News voter analysis. Sandra.
Hey, Martha. Hey, Brett. Yeah, just taking a look. This is the national level. Before I dive into Pennsylvania, because we want to get a look at how voters were thinking about the economy there when they decided who they were going to vote for. But this is their view on the nation's economy. And as we knew leading up to Election Day, it's pretty negative. But the thing to point out here is when you compare it to 2020, those that have a negative view of the economy, this is about 6 points higher than it was just 4 years ago. I want to look at Pennsylvania and show you what we're seeing there, okay? When it comes to those that are looking for change, we know this is a big part of the story of this Election Day. Those that are looking for total upheaval, this is Pennsylvania voters, okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do as we work our way into closing time there in PA, 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that for you in a bit. Brett and Martha.
Sandra,
thanks. Let's bring in our Fox Business panel. Maria Bartiromo, Larry Kudlow, Charles Payne, and Kevin O'Leary. Great to see you all. Maria, you know, it's not just the betting markets on the election, it's the markets that were betting prior to this election day. Right. What are we to divine from all of that tonight?
Well, I think when you're talking about investors and businesses, Brett, Martha, I think you really have to look at economic policy and tax policy in particular. The one issue that is bothering investors and corporations out there is the plan of Kamala Harris to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. We haven't seen that in a long time. And the word on that is that cuts into wages. Something's got to give. When a corporation is looking at a 28% corporate tax rate, it's likely that means less money for employees and wages. So that's one of the issues that business and investors are worried about. Her economic policy, of course, Trump has talked about a 15% corporate tax rate if you're doing business in America. Also, you want to expect issues and differences on energy policy, and probably the sleeper of them all is regulation. Kamala Harris is likely to come out with a whole host of new regulations around the climate change agenda, which has been a real issue for the Biden-Harris administration already. Things like a company has to evaluate and assess the impact from emissions from their companies and that company's customers. Very expensive, creates the need to hire lots of consultants, and that's what business is worried about when it comes to economic policy.
Mm-hmm.
Maria, thank you. Larry Kudlow joined the party here. Tell us what you're watching as we start to get more of these numbers loading in here on the Electoral College map.
Well, I think right now, you know, I'd like to be in Trump's shoes right now, but I don't think it's conclusive. We need more numbers, need more data. Some good news, but I just don't think there are enough numbers. You know, I agree with the assessment that Maria made on the policy front. But be honest with you, number one, I don't think the stock market yet knows who's going to win or what the policies are going to be. It's watching like a hawk, but I don't think it knows yet. I mean, I don't know. We've got to see what happens tonight. Number two, Trump has this working class coalition. It's a different Republican Party. You know, it started with him in 2015, 2016. It's ebbed and flowed. I think it's closed in high tide. The question is, with that kind of coalition, working folks, whites, blacks, Hispanics, young people, others, will it work? Will it hold? Was there enough of an expansion in Mr. Trump's base to put him over and win? I mean, a lot of people think he is. He's going to get much better numbers with Hispanics than he ever had before. He's going to peel off a lot of black votes for young people's vote. That was his strategy. I think it's a good strategy. It's not your father's Republican Party anymore. It's not that they hate business, but the business roundtable CEOs are not the center of the new party. The question is, could he expand that working class coalition enough to win this election? And give me another hour or two, and I'll try to answer that question.
We'll try to get you some more data there, Larry. Charles, you know, the Republican Party has changed, but the issue of the economy, the vice president has closed that according to the latest polls. I mean, he was up big when you asked that question early, but as she closed, it got to within 2, 4, it was 6 points for us in the closing days.
Yeah, Vice President Harris benefited from a couple of things, I think. First, the media. Every time economic data comes out, it's great, phenomenal. Of course, Friday, we learned that last month, we lost 28,000 private sector jobs. And by the way, you can talk about all the storms you want. All the experts who they put together to come up with these consensus numbers also factor that in. Our jobs numbers have been going down steadily since 2021, and now wages are really beginning to drop big time. Last week we had what they call the employment cost index. Wages are dropping, and that's bad news for everyone, particularly folks who are already having trouble keeping up. The inflation issue, and Trump went out on a dangerous limb when he talked about tariffs, because conservative economists hate it. Obviously, the media is going to hate it. No one will talk about the fact that the tariffs that he put in already have worked tremendously, have really hit China really hard. And by the way, the Biden administration pounced on them. They didn't take them away. They actually added to them. So, but all that negative press to go out there and say, I'm going to do this, when everyone's saying it's going to hurt the economy, a lot of people are listening to that. But still, folks know the bottom line is that the top 20% of Americans are doing 40% of the consumption. They have made all of the money on their Biden-Harris policies, including flooding our country with cash we did not need. It was fun for regular folks when you got the stimmy check and went to the mall, but now everyone outside of the top 20% suffering big time.
May I add one thing, Martha, to the comment on jobs? Because here, too, it goes right back to policy, and that is the open border policy. The open border has not just had the effect on national security and our own personal security. The open border is an economic issue. For the last several years, what we have been seeing is an increase in jobs for non-citizens, illegal and legal, and a decrease in jobs for American citizens. That's important. People understand
Kevin
that.
O'Leary, just with the quick time we have left, she has talked a lot about being from the middle class. It was the first sentence out of her mouth a lot. President Trump has been promising a golden age in an American economic future. What do you see winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties, and disappointed we didn't get into policy enough because it got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not like this is just isolated to the U.S. A 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile of competition. That means capital goes to other places. That's not a good outcome. So I would have liked to talk more about that. The idea of taxing unrealized capital gains is beyond insane. Nobody ever discussed that in the last 2 weeks. I look at that. I have to invest tomorrow morning no matter what happens. And the idea of price controls, that's a bad idea too. We left those alone, and they are very, very dangerous ideas.
But don't you think, I mean, with all due respect, Trump hammered away on every single thing you just talked about. He completely opposes the corporate tax.
All I remember was Nazi hunters.
All right, guys,
and I remember firing squads.
Well, then you need to read you need to read the stories
You
more
guys
carefully.
continue the
You need to
argument.
read it more carefully.
Larry, Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful, continue that
Thank you
talk.
all.
We're going to make some calls.
That's because the hour is upon us, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Fox Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win Arkansas. The state hasn't voted for a Democratic presidential candidate since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the race to 270, as it ticks up, 111 for former President Trump, 72 for Vice President Harris. That'll be on your screen all night in the ticker there on the bottom. And then we'll scroll through the races by state. We'll look at Senate races, some House races, and governor's races as well. We're back with our panel here in studio. I think, Britt, they're still talking about the economy in that other studio. I think they're pretty much.
I kind of wish we missed it.
We'll just dip in.
Well, they were talking a lot more substance than when we heard on the campaign trail when it came in. They're absolutely right. I mean, we did not have a good debate, for instance, over economic issues, and it clearly is the number one issue on people's minds. Right?
You know, we didn't really get into policy. I'm keeping an eye here on what are called the non-MAGA Republican voters.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of discussion over the past several years about whether the anti-Trump Republicans, the Never Trump movement, would end up mattering. Our voter analysis memos tells us that if she wins, that will be the decisive factor. I'm not quite sure I buy that, but it's interesting that. And I think that what we have here, and the fact that the Trump campaign has made such an effort to turn out these low propensity voters, that is to say, what we might call unlikely voters, that might be how they plan to make up the difference among Republican voters that they might lose.
I think that has been the strategy, right? I mean, Kellyanne?
Sure. Well, we've said all night and all week, well, gee, we don't know anything. Well, here's what we do know, that the two parties had a primary season and only one party participated in it, the Republicans. We had a lot of strong men, and I think at least one woman running in the Republican primary. One candidate and a super PAC spent $250 million to get 9 electoral votes. Another woman got 97 electoral votes. They spent over $100 million. I like them all very much. I'm glad they're part of the party. Donald Trump has expanded this party. Good candidates expand their party demographically, geographically. Florida, Iowa, Ohio, these are states President Obama won twice with well over 50% of the vote. We don't even talk about them as swing states anymore. He's going to get 1 million extra votes in Florida potentially tonight. Mm-hmm. So I have to push back a little bit about, is it this disaffected Republican? Every time there's a Republican of note, of name out there that goes and supports Kamala Harris, Liz Cheney and John Kelly and this, everybody just has to cover, the mainstream media has to cover it. They're missing the big story, which is the millions, maybe tens of millions of would-be, could-be, have-been Democrats voting for Donald Trump. They're rank and file people. They don't have big names. They're not going to go on MSNBC and crow about it and go campaign with Kamala Harris. They're showing up today, and they're showing up early. And the fact that he has converted this into the party of the worker, and he has told Americans not everybody has to be stuffed into a 4-year college degree, that the welders, the steel workers in Pennsylvania, the coal miners, they've got a seat at the table. They can work again. It's a big deal. Yeah. And she's not doing that. She's not winning black men, folks. Barack Obama did not help her bridge this gap, at least in Georgia so far. We'll see in Michigan.
Jessica, we will see that because that blue wall will really tell us something. But it is changing. The party's changing. There's a lot of Reagan Democrats in this coalition. One of the things to note right now at this hour, we have not called the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Right. It is a lot closer than people thought it would be. You know, the Trump campaign did a stop in Virginia. They thought it was closing. We're not calling it yet.
No, not yet. And we'll see when that happens. My expectation is still that Kamala Harris will win it. But I understand that President Trump ran an unorthodox campaign in terms of where he went and certainly the things that he was saying. And that's really what I'm paying attention to and what's gone on in Florida. Now, that's great for him, a feather in his cap. Ron DeSantis has done incredible work to make Florida a place that a lot of my own liberal friends are happy to be living. But that is inefficient vote when you are trying to become president. And Donald Trump went to a lot of places, like having a rally here at Madison Square Garden, going to Coachella to give a rally, spending time in New Mexico, which he lost twice. And I think that if Kamala Harris is victorious tonight, there should be some examination of why those campaign stops happened and if his time would have been better spent parked in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Arizona, and one of the blue wall states that he has to pick up Pennsylvania for sure.
We've got to go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see how that inefficient vote is. It's a real issue, and we have to see whether or not it actually pans out. And one of the reasons he went to New York and New Mexico, and were these House races. I mean, there are House races in all of those places. So. And she did the same thing in places as well.
We're going to hold on. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers. Major poll closings coming up. We'll get our first look at Arizona. Remember Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is.
My kingdom does not belong to this world. Repay to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and to God what belongs to God.
Jesus, we trust in you. Amen.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
I got this barbecue smoker for 26 bucks.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends tomorrow.
Back, and let's get a live look, she said, at Pennsylvania, where Alexandria Hoff is in Newtown tonight. Hi, Alexandria.
Hi, good to be with you. You know, in theory, polls have closed, but that is not the case everywhere. You have Cambria County, for example, a judge there ordered that the poll hours must be extended to 10 p.m. That's due to a machine issue earlier in the day. And then in Luzerne County, there's one polling location that's staying open till 9:30. That's in Laughlin for similar issues. The DNC also made a legal push to try to keep polls open in Northampton County later. That actually ended up being denied by a judge. That was due to there being very long lines of Lehigh University students there and polling issues as well. So yeah, in theory, polls have closed. But once again, if you are in line, even by that deadline, you're still able to cast a ballot, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Hey, Alex, thanks. Let's check in with Bill Hemmer. Listen, bounce around. We've got Virginia, you've got Texas, you've got a number of things happening. Ohio.
Yeah, let's get to it, okay? So this is Georgia. I just want to set this up for a moment here. She's performing slightly better than Biden in Douglas County. There's all the metro counties of Georgia, slightly better in Cobb County. I still see a little of a sticky move here in Fulton County, okay? And maybe that becomes significant because of how many people live there. The problem here is that you've got DeKalb County, nothing reporting because the polls were suspended from that threat. So this is the first number I've seen from Gwinnett, all right? You're 16% in. She got about 60% of the votes, so a lot of the vote still remains out there. Let's move away from Georgia as requested. This is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And right now, this is, you know, 40% of the vote in Virginia, the Commonwealth here. Donald Trump's got an edge here, okay? That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. You know, a lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is number 1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding. And you see, you know, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now, or whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned Texas. Let's jump on down there, and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas, all right? Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now. Percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the pollsters had in Texas thus far this year. I'm going to come back to Georgia in a moment. Let me just see what's happening in Pennsylvania because this is critical, too. All right, so a ton of vote out there, by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions at the Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote. Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania, and let's see what's happening here. What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is. If you see shades of blue, that means the margin in that county is 10% or less. If you see a shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less too. So those are counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote margin now for Georgia. This is interesting, right? So we just went over there on the board and we showed you the metro counties throughout Atlanta. Let's find out where the outstanding vote for Georgia is at the moment. So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple, the more outstanding votes. So you can go to the more populated counties, perhaps like DeKalb County. You can look at DeKalb on the map, 0% in the upper right-hand corner. Can't know anything from DeKalb. What about Fulton? Fulton. You see Fulton, 70% of that vote is now in. So that's certainly one to watch. What about Gwinnett? All right, still at 16%. Kevin, go ahead and arm up and look at Cobb County, just to the northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades. And around 2016, it flipped toward the Democrats. And right now, a little more than 50% of the vote in. So Kevin, come on back down here a moment. One county I haven't checked in on, you know, when you look at the African-American turnout, look at Chatham. Chatham is where Savannah is, down there along the coast. You only have 5% of the vote reporting. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in. I don't know if that's going to be the same way again this year, but we're waiting to see about African-American turnout, as we suggested a moment ago, about African-American men supporting Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and look at the vote margin, rather, for Georgia. The vote margin for Georgia right now, let's go statewide. So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%. And for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out in the Peach State. Go ahead and clear this, and we'll get back to this in a moment in Georgia and elsewhere. So, Brett, Martha,
I think that's really interesting about what's coming in. I think that these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have high hopes about someplace like Texas, about something like Ohio, where they look at the Ann Seltzer poll from Des Moines and say, is this indicative of the Midwest? But we're not seeing that in our Fox News voter analysis match. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio yet. It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice by 8 points. Let's measure his strength right now in 2020, or about halfway in, okay? Kamala Harris doing better on the margins here, okay? 3.5 points statewide, so some vote out there. But Trump has proven to be pretty strong here in Ohio the last 2 times around. We'll see whether or not he can hold. Big Senate race in Ohio as well. Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown. We'll track that throughout the night as well. Basically in Ohio, you've got Cincinnati and Hamilton County. You got Columbus and Franklin County. You got Cleveland and Cuyahoga. Those are your 3 main population centers. They have been blue for some time. I would not expect them to be even a shade of rosé, okay? But let's go into my hometown. That's Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About 2/3 of the vote going to Kamala Harris. This is one of these places, that's the cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has gotten me pretty strong, especially in local government as well in that city. This is Franklin County. You got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well. Greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So a little bit of the vote still out there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish up here, guys. Cuyahoga, to check this. Heavily Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio. Cuyahoga, just about 1/3 of the vote right now is in. And Kamala Harris, 71%. and Biden was at 66. So that'd be a good number for Kamala Harris if indeed that holds up. And I think that kind of tells us a little bit about why this number is closer than it's been the last two times around.
You want to talk to your co-anchor, Dana?
Well, one of the things I think is pretty interesting is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California and Colorado was reliably red. When I was a kid, it is now reliably blue. And so you get South Park making fun of California all the time and being very frustrated that they moved there. That's not happening in the South. So if people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to say is that one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity voters or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting because their situation is dire. And they want a better life. So they went to the rallies and they went to the podcasts and they had fun and they got involved. What will be interesting to see is Kellyanne might be able to correct me, but as I understand it, if you don't vote often or if you're a first-time voter, whichever party you vote for the first time, you're likely to vote for that party the second time, and then you might have that voter for life. So the political realignment that is happening and the coalitions that Harris and Trump are putting together could have longer legs.
Well, it goes to what Kellyanne was saying earlier about the working element of the Republican Party shifting. And I think that when you look at Ohio, you are seeing a concentration likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to Harris.
There's something else I see very quickly, and I see it in Virginia. Remember, this is the first presidential election since Glenn Youngkin was elected over Terry McAuliffe on the issues of wokeness and education and just really post-COVID policies, these school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country that continues. And I think two pillars that we don't cover enough in all the issues, the themes here, are wokeness and weakness. In our Fox News voter analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in schools based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe fitters and plumbers to pay for student loans of doctors and lawyers. And they don't want 10 million people to come here, including in all these states we're seeing, and get cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms. They just say it's unfair. But wokeness is on the ballot, whether we feel it or not. I'll never understand how Kamala Harris chose someone in Tim Walz who was to the left of her on the woke agenda.
Harold, quickly.
So you look at, we talk about early surprises. Jesse and I love sports. So do you, Brett. When you can get a quick touchdown in a game against somebody you're not supposed to beat. If he wins Virginia, this is a big thing. This is one of those early things that could go your way. Similarly, her numbers in Ohio are interesting to me. I did not think, you talked about the Seltzer poll, and Jessica and I talked about this before we got on. That number suggests, that's what she was suggesting. It could close there. We'll see as the night goes on. But Georgia, North Carolina, still the states that she's got to perform well in, maybe win one. And if he can win Virginia, we thought we were going to have a long night. We might have a longer night. As we think about these numbers here over the next few hours.
It might be a shorter night.
Or shorter if he's
if it's Virginia. So we really have to look at the gender breakdown in these states and where we are at half the vote in some place like Ohio and Texas, where that vote's coming from. We're going to get that.
In
up.
minutes away, Brett. That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close, and Sean Hannity will enter our chat as our special coverage continues.
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras and live agent monitoring?
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Whoa, I didn't even see those guys. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
I joined the Army in 2004. The later part of my military service, I operated as a civil affairs team leader within special operations. Our job was to effect change with the mission of defeating ISIS. We were doing a routine combat patrol where we were at one of the schools where girls had returned to school. We were getting ready to return home, ISIS saw that they were losing control, losing their grip on the people, that they targeted my team for like an assassination. An ISIS suicide bomber had squeezed his way into my team and detonated a suicide vest. It was a bad day. I had a total of 22 life-saving surgeries over 2 years that I spent in the hospital. We were worried. We didn't know how we were going to be able to pay for the house, how we were going to continue to pay our mortgage. That's when the Tunnel to Towers Foundation stepped in and said, we have a solution for your problem. We don't have to worry about packing up and moving somewhere else because Tunnel to Towers Foundation is going to help us make this a forever home.
I was very emotional and heartwarming to see Jonathan and his family come into their new home because they're going to be spending so many happy moments here in this beautiful home.
Tunnel to Towers Foundation didn't just provide me with a way to be independent in my own place, but they gave me hope. Hope for the future, knowledge that I can overcome these things, but I don't have to do it alone. Hello, I'm Major Jonathan Turnbull, United States Army retired. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation built me a smart home that will give me more independence and a better quality of life. I am asking you to donate $11 a month so that T2T can help others that were injured while protecting our great country. Please visit t2t.org or call 1-844-BRAVEST.
Our God calls us.
We are getting a lot of new numbers in here, and we are about to see a close in Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all obviously battleground states, all very hotly contested, and those closes are just minutes away. So meanwhile, let's check back in with Harris Faulkner, who is speaking with voters and hearing their voices. Hi, Harris.
And watching everything you guys are doing, Martha. Thank you. This is Voters' Voices, and I'm Harris Faulkner. Here with me, polling expert Lee Carter. And we have a fabulous audience of voters talking with us about the top issues in the race for the White House. Most polls show the economy is the voters' top issue. Now a clip from Vice President Kamala Harris. The lines on the screen show how voters reacted to the comment in real time. That's what you've gathered. And the red lines represent Republicans, the blue Democrats, the gray are independents. Here it is.
While inflation is down and wages are up, prices are still too high. You know it and I know it. And unlike Donald Trump, who had $400 million served to him on a silver platter, I come from the middle class, and I will never forget where I come from, which is why my common sense plan will lower the prices you pay on everything from prescription drugs to groceries to housing. Donald Trump will raise costs on you and your families. In fact, independent economists have analyzed our plans and found that mine will cut your costs and strengthen our economy. His will increase inflation and lead to a recession by the middle of next year.
Independents, Republicans didn't find what they wanted. Again, we're watching for independents.
That's right. So you can see there, independents gave this a D, Democrats gave it an A, Republicans gave it an F. Now, I think what's so interesting about the independent voter there is they really were turned off when they heard her talk about the middle class. And I also heard from voters there they wanted more specifics on the economy. And they said that you can find experts to reinforce whatever you want to believe. I'd rather hear what you're going to do for me.
Yeah. All right. I want to go to Alexandria now, Republican registered voter. Still not sure all the way up until the time you voted. What did you do and why?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me tonight, Harris. And I think that for me, both candidates really had to prove themselves. They had to win my vote. And they can talk about everything relative to the economy, but what really matters is what actually happens. And we have to ask ourselves, was it easier to buy groceries under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration? And for me, I can say personally that I am concerned with the direction that the country is headed in. And I would say for a vast population of the electorate that the same sentiment is shared. So I think that we all have to really contextualize all this information and ask ourselves the actual questions of how we feel in the circumstances.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
All right. This is the second time, you're 22, that you voted in a presidential election. Was your vote different this time than it was in 2020? Did you vote for him last time?
I did not vote for him last time.
Sounds like the economy made a huge difference for you. All
Yes.
right. Oh, this is fun. Getting to know all of you as we watch in real time. We've got some races that are coming into, and we don't want to miss a minute with Brett and Martha. So we will hear more from the voters' voices throughout this evening. So glad to be here with all of you. Brett and Martha, back to you.
Harris, thanks so much.
Harris. So we welcome Sean Hannity to the panel. Sean, you're watching all of this along with us tonight, and you say that you have some significant takeaways already.
I have a lot of takeaways from tonight. Obviously, you guys have gone over the issues and what is important to people and what they've been telling all the pollsters, exit polls, et cetera. I'm looking at this from a little bit different perspective tonight. To me, it's a numbers game. I was on with Dana and Bill Hemmer earlier today, and I made the point going into today that Kamala Harris and her team had a numbers problem. And the numbers problem was they didn't have anywhere near the votes or the percentages of votes that they had in 2020 when it was Biden and Harris. Now, that's a math problem that you have to overcome with unprecedented day of voting, which Democrats are not used to doing. I've checked in with a lot of people that I trust, a lot of people that I think have a lot of knowledge in individual states. For example, Reince Priebus, long conversations with him. He feels that the turnout was so massive for Republicans in the lead up to today, and that the Democrats did not show up in the numbers that would be needed to overtake that early lead that was built up in the early voting. And that's also backed up by Mark Halperin. If you took a look, he's been doing a really good job analyzing numbers, I think. Now, in Philadelphia, I'm trying to get an answer that I'd like an important question to. I did notice other networks, they kept showing Temple University and a massive line of students. Okay. The only problem was, if you go back to early voting in 2020, the Democrats had a 1.1 million vote lead heading into Election Day. This year is about 400,000. So that's a 700,000 vote decline in a year. That would mean today they would have needed massive turnout. They would need massive turnout, yes, at the universities. It seems like they got it. But there's about 25,000 students that go to Temple. There's about 10,000 that go to Penn State. There's about 6,000 that go to Lehigh University. Okay, that's not making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditionally, who else is voting in Philly? African Americans, a lot of union workers. Did they show up in the numbers? There are people reporting that it was a massive turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia, and they said they don't see it. Now, it's either one way or the other. The fact that they don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in the state of play big time tonight. It may not show up early, but it'll show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin will.
I would just mention one other thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on young men. And these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are watching and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these guys. So, just because they're in college doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily voting the way that you think college students would.
We also welcome Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy. Kayleigh, the interesting thing I mentioned earlier was Florida. We've already called that state for the former president, but inside those numbers, there's a massive Puerto Rican turnout in Osceola County and other places.
Yes.
In other places, the media would tell you that MSG rally really upset the Puerto Rican vote outpouring, but Trump won that overwhelmingly with a massive Puerto Rican turnout. I'm not sure it affects things one-to-one, but it is interesting to look at.
It is. So Osceola County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this. Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%. With 95% reporting currently, Donald Trump is leading by 1. Now, what other national lessons can we take from Florida? Miami-Dade County, a huge Latino population. No presidential candidate has won that since 1988. Ron DeSantis, of course, won Miami-Dade as a governor. But currently, Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County with 95% reporting is plus 11.
Yeah, thank you. The electoral vote count about to go up. Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 15 states, including New York, Colorado, Texas, plus critical battlegrounds.
We are going to win the state of Michigan.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
With 163 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
It is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about all the time.
The other is Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race. And again, this is too early, not too close, but too early to call many of these races. Arizona also too early to call as the polls are closing there.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Texas. That locks 40 more electoral votes into his column. Former president also has a lead in Iowa. There's no call at the top of the hour here. Remember that Iowa poll had people scrambling there at the Des Moines Register saying it was Harris lead by 3.
Yeah, the same day Emerson had him up by 10, but that got a lot of people's attention because Ann Seltzer is such a well-known and usually correct pollster. So we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, the more suburban 2nd district, Omaha, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about. That is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win New York, giving the vice president 28 more electoral votes. She also has a lead in Minnesota. Too early to call the state of Minnesota, which closed in recent days, according to the polling.
Obviously, the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, from Minnesota. And now Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado as well. She gets 10 more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a lead, according to our Fox News voter analysis in New Mexico.
Former President Trump will win Louisiana, which has voted for a Republican in every election this century. Pretty sure we were going to get that one. Trump also wins Kansas, adding another 6 electoral votes to his tally.
The former president will win North Dakota, a longtime conservative state as well. He will also take South Dakota, which often mirrors the vote of its neighbor to the north.
And Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming, or 3 electoral votes. So there you see the tally on your screen, 178 electoral votes to 113. That map of the U.S. is slowly filling in, and we will continue to bring that to you throughout the night as we make more calls.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well, the Fox News decision desk say it is too early to call this race, which we've been watching between incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in a close race now with Republican banker and entrepreneur Eric Hovde.
Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative Ruben Gallego has a lead on Republican candidate Carrie Lake. Also too early to call out there.
Let's go to Nebraska, and there are 2 Senate races on the ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is close to call, and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue to serve as a Nebraska senator.
In Texas, 2-term Senator Ted Cruz is locked in a close race against current Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Too early to call that race, according to the decision desk, but they can project that Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar will sail to a 4th term.
New York Democratic Senator Kristen Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Nella Domenici.
Daughter of the late Senator Domenici. Yes. North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a 2nd term. And in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast. And we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel. And we start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. Yeah. Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters
I
in
know
urban and suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you got?
Go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. Yeah, go blue. What are you talking about?
Michigan.
We'll be at Ohio in a moment here. Harold. Hang on one second there, Bob. Okay, just want to show you this. I mean, this has got to be your target right now. You know, Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there. Okay, it hasn't really moved. So the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 700. She's going to win the county. Okay, the question is the margin. The question is whether or not Trump is chewing in this African American male vote that we were talking about. Because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural. And it's also African American, 47% African American. It's a small county here. It's called Anson. All right. Trump's winning. Okay. What's that mean? Okay. This is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points. Okay. So Trump right now flipping that county. Is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out just while I got you here. Okay, guys. This is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane, all right? This is Trump territory, all right? 61%, 68%, 81%. But come in here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote in. She's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53, this is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times this evening. I don't think they maybe like
that was
something,
the idea.
a little something for the mention.
Yeah, just because I popped it up, guys. I looked at it the first time here. Yeah, you're right about that, right? A little something on the side, a little backsheesh, right, Brett? Okay, so this is Michigan. It's the first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10% in, all right? Look at this. Yeah. Robert Kennedy going to make a difference in Michigan? He is on the ballot. They tried to get him off the ballot. The court said, no, you got to be on the ballot. He's drawing 2,455 raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far. So that's for you, by the way.
Let's interact with the panel here. Yes. Trey Gowdy's here. What about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries. First of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. Now, he's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election. I was in the green room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is finding the two smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and looking on their papers. That's McCarthy and Rove. There may be a 269 tie. I know nobody wants to hear that, but there is a scenario under which there will
Any
be
other
a
topic
tie.
for discussion tonight?
Sean, you want to move on?
Yeah, I think we can move on from that. I don't think anyone really wants that. But actually, I would accept that because that would end up in the House of Representatives, and I'd say our Republican odds at that point would be pretty good.
It is a very dysfunctional House, but I think they could coalesce around that, yes.
I think they would.
What are you looking at, Brett?
Well, 8 years ago, you may remember, it was a while before we sensed that the Trump upset was happening. And one of the earliest indicators we got was from the betting odds, which I was at a farther point on the panel that night. By the time you got to me, about everything smart had been said. So I started talking about the betting odds. Well, I've followed them ever since. Tonight, as we started this broadcast, Trump stood a 58% chance, according to the betting odds, of winning the election. As I read this off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing the betting out there and affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how much does it impact it that, it's the first year that you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States? Because there's a lot of people who are playing them probably in a fundamental way.
These odds, composed by Maxim Lott and John Stossel, are from Betfair Markets, Predicted, Polymarket, Kalshi, and
The basket.
it's a basket. It's an average.
Dana, what are you looking at?
I am looking at some of just on X, watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College. And, about a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time. Apparently, that's another complaint that they have, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for, 40 days or something with no press conference. And it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over. I hear you.
No, we're not. I was just playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump. She asked for another debate. I thought that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought, because she did well there, that she would want to go and do more of them. But
more interviews.
More interviews to sit down and talk.
After the one with Brett?
After the one with Brett.
She booted the question about when she first knew that he was not himself.
Well, I have a slightly different opinion on that. I thought she did. She gave in that interview, and I thought if I were her, I'd have gotten out and done more. But she did some, and
she was so cautious.
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said Biden's great. He's fine. I've seen him do all this wonderful stuff.
I would have done it very differently than her. However,
I'm sure you would.
But the way she did it, she put herself in a position to be 50-50 here this evening. And if we're to believe Trey, this thing could be listening to the two smart guys in the green room. It could be 269. She must have done something right. I still look at Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Since 1980, those 3 states have not gone all together other than 1988. Dukakis got Wisconsin and HW won the other 2. If the numbers are tracking right and continue along those lines, we could find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation about a Congress. Then it would be curious, Sean, if the Democrats win the House. How does that play into it? Look, I hope we don't get there because I don't want this fight. The country doesn't need this division.
But the House does the president and the Senate does the vice president. So you could end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election.
They vote after the election, and it's only 1 vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it.
Get ahead of ourselves here.
is digging into the voter analysis stuff and how it tracks with the raw vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there. And Martha, I know you were asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay, suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now has the lead, okay? But this is about a 6-point difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right, if I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story. Okay, suburban women. Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical. The margin that she's leading by, Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
So big numbers.
Yeah.
You got a call to make.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio 54.2% to 45%. So obviously that was what was anticipated in the early polling. He was ahead by about 8 points. This is a 9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the most recent polling was showing in the state of Ohio, but a solid win for him in what used to be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And obviously, there's 54% of the vote in. But as you look at the Electoral College, 195 to 113. Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of swing states, no longer, very Republican, much like Florida. And now it ticks on. Obviously, we're looking at these battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannity, it seems, is Virginia. You just got a message from the governor?
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the last text, at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on. Really tight. Yeah. Exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question about turnout in Philly and the suburbs of Philly. We talked earlier about the university population. That's one part of the population. But the vote lead was 700,000 below what they were in 2020. So that a lot of ground to make up. From the Trump campaign, now take it, this is what they're saying. They believe this is going to be a tortoise hare kind of night for them in Pennsylvania, in as much as they don't even think Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true, that would mean African-American turnout did not appear to the number and degree that they wanted. And secondarily, any other vote they thought, the union vote, workers are not going her way either in Pennsylvania. Anecdotal, that's their side, but I'm telling you what they're thinking.
That raises obvious questions. You know, if you're Joe Biden at the White House right now, sitting at home, you're thinking, I'm Scranton Joe, and I have this great relationship with the unions all these years. And if she does end up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here. He's shaking his head and saying, I could have won.
It's just interesting that they're analyzing this data like we all are.
Yes.
And that is their take on it. I'm sure the Harris campaign, for the better part of the night, I was hearing from either reporters or Democrats. Believe it or not, I have a few of those friends. And I was hearing from them, oh, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where's the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Right.
And so finally, now the answer is beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump War Room. That would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd. Their degree of confidence is going up minute by minute. Take that for what it's worth.
Okay, Harold, let me just ask you this. I was in communication with Harris folks, with Democrats. They haven't had anything in a while. I mean, are you hearing anything from?
My communication resembles yours. I'm not had a lot of that either. I think these numbers are concerning. The numbers that Sandra's raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean, is room for concern in both Virginia and Pennsylvania. So I've not heard anything either.
Okay. The polls are closed in battleground Wisconsin. We're going to check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with more than a dozen tabulation machines. What's that about, Mike?
More than a dozen tabulation machines and 31,000 ballots. And as a result, the city put out an all call for volunteers. So they've got firefighters, healthcare workers, and IT workers all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of the machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place, according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines. 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Brett and Martha.
It's a long night in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race to 270. That makes it Trump 195, Harris 113 at this hour. And we have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Craig. And that was a close race for a while, but Kelly Ayotte will win there. Here are a couple of other results we're getting as our Democracy 24 coverage continues. It'll be on the screen all night long.
America is watching. Democracy 24. Your freedom, your vote.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is...
Lord, to you we entrust our communities, our leaders, our president, our country. We give it all up to you.
Jesus, we trust in you. Amen.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you could see what's happening in your home from anywhere, all powered by Fast Protect technology, exclusively from Simply Safe for faster police response. Get Simply Safe today with no contracts or cancellation fees, so you're never locked in. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Pause for the facts. Classic first-timers. They don't know that nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident. But Carfax shows how accidents impact price, so they don't have to overpay. Unpause.
Ooh, I love no accidents.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
What is the dumbest thing you've ever wasted money on?
I was paying for 2 Netflix accounts over like 3 years.
How'd you figure that out?
I saw an app that shows you all the monthly subscriptions you have and how much you're paying.
What is the app called?
Rocket Money.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine like Google, but it's private and doesn't spy on your searches. And DuckDuckGo lets you browse like Chrome, but it blocks cookies and creepy ads that follow you around from Google and other companies. And there's no catch. It's free. We make money from ads, but they don't follow you around. Join the millions of people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices today.
Everyone's forgotten who runs this valley. Time to remind them.
You will ruin this family's name.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
I took all the risk, and I took it for you. The only thing left to do is to kill as much as you can before they kill you.
Yellowstone. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Texas Senator Ted Cruz will have a third term, and he has defeated Democratic Congressman, former NFL player Colin Allred. There was some movement in this race. It tightened a little bit, and there was some discussion that maybe Ted Cruz might lose his seat, but he has handily.
Do you know how much money they poured into that race?
Yeah.
Democrats poured a ton of money into that race. Colin Allred was a good candidate.
Absolutely, good debater.
Minus being in Texas, I mean, he was really a really good Democratic candidate. As you look at the balance of power, 47 to 37. Again, West Virginia has already flipped, majority at 51. We're looking at states like Ohio, the Sherrod Brown race, Montana, the John Tester race as a possible flip in the U.S. Senate. Brooke Taylor is at the Cruz campaign headquarters in Houston. Check in with Brooke. Good evening.
Good evening. I could tell you some behind-the-scenes info right now. We have Fox News playing on both screens right now. The crowd right now going wild because we just threw up the race and we have Cruz again with that strong lead. So everyone here is very excited, but I could tell you from talking to the Cruz campaign that they have been taking this race extremely seriously. When you think of Texas, you think of this deep red state. A Democrat has not won an election here in 30 years, so since 1994. But again, since 2018, Democrats have really seen an opportunity to possibly switch the seat. We saw it with Beto O'Rourke. Cruz won by just 3 points, and Cruz's campaign hoping to have a real win here. They are not going to make that mistake. They are going to take this extremely seriously. But again, the crowd here going wild. They are very excited about this. I will toss it back to you guys.
Okay, Brooke Taylor, thanks so much.
Us bringing Pete Hegseth, who is at a honky tonk in Nashville.
Of course he is.
Of course he is. Where else would we find you,
Stand by in a
Pete?
second. Hold on. Once I go like this, we got to wrap real quick.
Pete, you're on.
Should we get Pete a drink?
Just stand by, everybody. We're
Go ahead.
coordinating with the mothership.
Pete, we are the mothership calling Pete Hegseth
Can you hear
at the
us?
honky tonk
Mothership
in Nashville.
calling.
Can you hear us?
Hey, guys. Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, Brett and Martha. We're at Kid Rock's honky tonk in Nashville. I can't hear a thing. I can't hear myself think. And the crowd here is psyched because you're now on the TVs here in the bar as well. I'm here with Clay Travis, Morgan Ortegas, Tommy Laird. We just had Kid Rock himself. So while you're at home watching the returns on Fox, and everybody's watching you guys, and you're doing a phenomenal job, pull up Fox Nation on your second screen and have a party with us. Because I'll tell you, the vibes here on the ground, we're talking to voters today too, this feels a lot like the 2016 vibes as you see the results coming in. You can tell the crowd here, pretty psyched. They love watching you guys and what you're doing. If this sentiment isn't reflective of what's happening in this election, could be a very good night for Donald Trump. I can't hear you, but I love you.
All right, Pete, thank you so much.
Pete,
Sounds like
thanks
they're
a
having a
lot.
pretty good time there.
They are. We're back with our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Kayleigh McEnany, Sean Hannity, and Trey Gowdy. And Bill Hemmer just went behind the billboard, and I kind of was going to call him out there.
It's like the Wizard of Oz.
So they're saying that Harris people are looking at Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. One thing to keep in mind here as we look at this data here is you got to remember how they count the votes, right? You know, they start processing at 7 a.m. this morning. All that's mail-in stuff too. And that's the vote that's put out first. And so I want to do something funky and fancy here, guys. So just bear with me because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020, okay? This is important. It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote that count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue. well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across of the line. And that's where the Republican votes started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden, okay? So with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's two counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get the 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state, and they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, right? Trump has just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in the of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're going to get a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, by 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I'm going to do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue was the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margin started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes separating Biden from Trump in the Peach State. So
but the difference would be that was the COVID election, and that was a lot of mail-in vote, right. And that was not the same early vote for Republicans, right?
Yeah, I would argue you're right about that in Georgia. I think the important thing to keep in mind is how states report it. Yeah. And Pennsylvania is a really good example here where you're going to get a heavy blue, some would argue mirage in the beginning, and we'll see whether or not that mirage is real throughout the night, and maybe even into tomorrow.
Bill?
Yes.
Broadly speaking, there'll be some exceptions to this. Does it appear to you that that she is underperforming Biden nearly everywhere?
It's a great question, Britt. This is just anecdotal. I answered the best way I can. I've been poking around all over this map. I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot of good news for him, a point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%. Now, the problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia. And, you know, it's just, yeah, it's dominating.
Well,
81.
How does it compare to 2020?
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 25% of the votes still out, so he's got a chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call. We'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the vice president did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing. Actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's the former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Alsobrooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as far as the U.S. Senate goes. We're still on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans. And again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia, maybe a couple of other races, still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania about where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet. Obviously a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel. Kaylee, what are you looking at? What do you feel?
So I'm looking at the suburbs, and first I would say the map, and again it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020, but we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida. That is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this, Trey, that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Yep.
I'm going to make a prediction, go out on a little bit of a limb here. I am growing more and more confident as I sit here and listen to everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest numbers people, finest sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately will follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play in the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan!
I speak in the name of the one true God.
Good Ranchers is delivering American-sourced proteins the way it used to be, from farm to family.
Over 30% of the food sold in grocery stores goes to waste, and many of us don't give it a second thought.
Our meat and seafood is individually portioned and vacuum sealed, locking in freshness and flavor.
Allowing you to feed your family with what you need while reducing waste.
Visit GoodRanchers.com and discover American meat delivered.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends tomorrow.
Relieves your itchy, rough skins. Gold Bond for all your skins.
.943 on the East Coast. Let's take you through some of these key states because nothing that has happened so far is shocking at this point. Most of it, we're watching Virginia and we're waiting for North Carolina. But some of this has laid out in a way that is not unpredictable. But let's look at Pennsylvania for a moment here and see how Pennsylvania is shaping up at this hour. And you see you've got a 47 to 52 percentage, and I'm trying to see the percentage that is in right now in Pennsylvania, 32%. Thank you. So we're waiting for a lot more vote to come in Pennsylvania, and what we're hearing is it's not surprising. The order that the vote has been coming in Pennsylvania is not surprising to the red team, at least at this point. There's Wisconsin, 47.9 to 50%, and Wisconsin has 23% of the vote in. Also expected to be a tight race. They have both spent a ton of time there. Here's Michigan, which we haven't really talked too much about yet. We're going to look, we'll get Bill to show us on the board what Michigan looks like. 14%, a lot of votes still to come in Michigan. Obviously, this is too close to call, and that is 45 to 42. Let's go to Grady Trimble, who is just outside Detroit, Michigan, and we'll start to get a feel for what's going on in this part of the blue wall. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, so we're expecting an update from Michigan's top elections official very shortly. But what we know from her updates throughout the day so far is that turnout on Election Day has been very strong here in the Wolverine State. And when combined with early voting, it's quite possible that it sets a new record, the previous record set in the last presidential election in 2020. And like most of the battleground states, this is going to be a story of rural turnout versus urban turnout. But there's an interesting storyline playing out in the Detroit suburbs, particularly in the Dearborn area, in the Arab American community. The Trump campaign has really been targeting that community, trying to get them to either vote for former President Trump, but they don't actually need that. In some cases, we've talked to Arab Americans who are casting their ballots for Green Party candidate Jill Stein, somebody you probably haven't heard mentioned much, but who could be a spoiler candidate. We also know that many Arab Americans are going to sit out this election entirely, which could tip the scales in favor of former President Trump. We're also watching the Senate race here. Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, spoke to the crowd. He says it's going to be a nail biter and probably a very late night. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Okay, great.
Grady, thank you very much.
You know, there's some Democrats saying North Carolina is on the edge. I don't think they're fully agreeing with Sean, and they still may make T-shirts. But
I'm not only saying North Carolina. I am saying North Carolina and Georgia will go Donald Trump tonight, and I am as confident in that prediction as any I've ever made.
Wow. Okay. Bill Hemmer tracking that. Are we backing that up on the wall?
You know, I tell you what, just Sean, if in the end you're right about that here in North Carolina, I showed you this county last hour, right? This is Anson County, up to 47% African-American population. You know, sometimes in these elections where you see an outcome, you're like, that hasn't happened in 100 years. Well, something just happened for the first time since 1876 in North Carolina, and a Republican won this county for the second time since the 1870s. So I just like something to like stick in the back of your head and think about, well, that was a data point along the way. You guys mentioned the blue wall. Let's go ahead. We're moving toward the central time zone. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I can show you a lot of stuff right now, okay? But this is anecdotal stuff. It's just the data points that I'm seeing on the map, okay? When you go to Wisconsin, all right, you have to look at Dane County, the University of Wisconsin. In the midterms, they had more than 85% voter turnout in one county, okay? You're going to get a ton of Democratic votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margins. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city 4 years ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, you know, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? You know, is Detroit, you know, right now, Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. And this is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan, all right? But that was the difference in 2016 for Trump, 0.2 percentage points, you know, and you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference now in Wisconsin. Very similar. Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years in 08 and 2012, you find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can we
Let's clear
go
that.
to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because, go ahead.
You want to see how this is shaping up? I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right, so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. You got half of the vote in here in Wisconsin. This is where it finished. I find that interesting.
What about
Don't
Kenosha?
you? Let's find Kenosha down.
So remember, this is the swingiest state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2 recall elections
You
with
agree,
Governor
right?
Scott Walker.
I mean, it's
I was
extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way. But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha, Brett. You asked for it. You got it. You got about half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 58%. Okay. So he's overperforming now in Kenosha as well. I can keep going if you want. So call it out, guys, if you like.
Milwaukee County?
Sorry?
Milwaukee, is that what it's called? Just north
Yeah.
of?
So the WOW counties here, they have been solid Republican forever, you know, but not during the Trump years. They got softer and softer, and they are Wasaki here, just west of Milwaukee, is one of them. Sorry, Waukesha, excuse me. And then you get into Washington, and then you get into over in the lake is Ozaki here. So let's see what we're doing right now. Trump at 53.5. All right, comparison point 2020. Okay, so a little bit under right now in that it's suburban county north of Milwaukee. Let's pop on over here to Washington and see what we're doing. 70% is an impressive percentage, all right? From 4 years ago, what'd he do? So a little bit better right there in Washington County. Then we'll move over here. This is the most populated of the three, Waukesha, just west of Milwaukee, just shy of 60% raw votes, shy of 40,000 from 4 years ago. Okay, all right, so he ended up with 55,000 net. So he either has some space to make up or he's not going to get to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The WOW counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha?
Door County.
It's Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, okay? Because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in. Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. 4. Let's go statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight, okay? So it shows you how close it was. So we'll keep an eye on it because sometimes those are the bellwethers statewide, and we'll see whether that develops there in Wisconsin.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Little Wisconsin for you.
A little trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
Up to Door County in the Great Lakes. And obviously, this is going to be an area that is going to probably tell the story of this election, that in the Sun Belt, of course. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock, right around the corner. That is when we will get poll closings in Utah, Montana, and Nevada. This is our special coverage, kicks into high gear, and the electoral count continues to load in. 195 for Trump, 117 for Vice President Harris.
There are some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Presentation looks great. Thanks. Voya provides tools that help you make the right investment and benefit choices so you can reach today's financial goals. That one. And look forward to a more confident future.
That is one dynamic duo. Voya. Well planned, well invested, well protected.
Grr. What's Simply Safe got that I don't?
24/7 monitoring to help stop crime in real time.
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Maybe Simply Safe and I could work together.
Unlikely.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Before Apoquel Chewable for allergic itch, giving dogs pills was a battle of wits.
Oh, Maria, I'm wise to your foolish game.
Is it gone?
Totally gone.
Itch relief just got easier. Apoquel, the trusted #1 treatment for allergic itch, is now available in a tasty chewable that works in a day.
Do not use in dogs with serious infections. May cause worsening of existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers and serious infections. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs less than 12 months old.
Ask your vet for Apoquel Chewable.
Do it.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
I'm Tony Steen, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Our clients have complex website and digital marketing needs. Badgley Mischka, a high-end fashion brand, needed to expand their online presence, reach new customers, and increase online sales. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. We implemented a digital marketing strategy that more than doubled their online sales through management of email marketing, paid search, SEO, and social media. For results-driven digital marketing solutions, go to AmericanEagle.com.
Our God calls us!
Election night unfolding before our eyes. We've got a lot happening as you take a look at the big board on the scorecard. Right now, the electoral vote count stands at former President Trump at 195 to Vice President Harris at 117.
We're still waiting, obviously, for Georgia to fill in and North Carolina to fill in. But there's a lot of discussion about that outstanding vote and whether or not it will meet the level that Vice President Harris would have to meet. And we've been talking about Philadelphia County. She would have to clear 700,000 votes in order to.
In 2020, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's go to Jeff Paul from the headquarters of Republican Senate candidate Sam Brown. And what's going on there? Hi, Jeff.
We'll be there in a little bit right when it starts, but right now we are outside maybe one of the biggest and most expensive polling centers in the country. This is Allegiant Stadium, home of the Las Vegas Raiders. And one of the things I want to mention to you folks at home is that people are still showing up here to cast their ballot. We are a minute away from polls closing, roughly a minute away from polls closing. And under Nevada law, if you are in line by 7 o'clock, you have the right to vote. And we are hearing about some instances where there are some pretty long lines throughout the state. Also keep in mind that they will not release any results anywhere in the state of Nevada until the last person in the state votes. So we could be looking at a very long night ahead of us here in the state of Nevada. Martha?
All right, Jeff Paul, thank you so much.
Jeff.
We're waiting now for these calls at 10 o'clock, and we're looking at basically a scenario where the Democrats are putting all their hope in the blue wall. The question is, what happens when we make a call in North Carolina and Georgia? If you believe Sean Hannity, it's coming soon. We'll see if it does. It is time to see how many more electoral votes will fall as we get ready for our next calls.
Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 3 states, including Montana, Utah, plus the critical battleground.
Together we will fight to win Nevada.
Nevada, we fight for the future.
With 16 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
Very quickly, it is now 10 p.m. here in New York. 3 more states in the West have just finished voting. Fox News Decision Desk, too early to call. The state of Nevada, one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters obviously could be key to the victory there. Both of these candidates have spent a lot of time in Nevada.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding another 6 votes, electoral votes to his column. He'll also win Montana's presidential election. We're looking closely at that Senate race out there.
Ad lib. Oh.
Yes, you will.
I just did that. All right, so let's take a look at some of the places that are too early to call, and let's get you an update on the total count. President Trump at 205 right now, 117 for Harris, and waiting on Georgia, waiting on North Carolina, waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Michigan. And, just keep in mind that in all these places, there's a lot of city vote, a lot of high population concentrated vote that has not come in yet. The question is whether or not that vote, when it does come in, will be enough to outbalance what we have seen in the early part of this vote here.
Montana, as we mentioned, also home to this pivotal Senate race. Longtime rural Democratic Senator John Tester in the political fight of his life this time. He survived it before, but this time Republican former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy putting up a real fight and may win. The Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call there. Nevada also home, too early to call, to this Senate race between incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen and Republican Army veteran Sam Brown.
But in Utah, Fox News is projecting the Republican Congressman John Curtis will move to the Senate. He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Let's take a look at the balance of power as we pull up the Senate here and show you where we are at 10:01 in the evening. Republicans now have 48 seats, including the West Virginia seat, which is a flip. Majority obviously would be 51. 38 seats on the Democratic side as we wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel, Laura Ingraham. Sean Hannity is still here. Jesse Waters. Jesse, what are you thinking?
Well, if this was a cannonball contest, Trump would be winning by a lot because of the huge splash in Florida. I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now he's at almost 14 over Harris. That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far tonight. The other big splash, Virginia. Now, we don't know how Virginia is going to shake out, but Biden won Virginia by 10, and now it's tied. Obviously, it's too close to call, but right now she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and North Carolina are going to go their way, and Harris is going to have to play defense in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump doubling his black support in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania winning independents. And they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but you definitely think the Trump team has momentum here.
Laura, Virginia, you were talking about earlier. We'll put up the big board about Virginia and show that race. There you see the 50% to 48.3, 61% in. Too soon to call for us.
Well, this is wild. Remember, Trump didn't come anywhere near these numbers in 2016 or 2020. The Loudoun County numbers that we were talking about earlier are really something to watch. Trump is outperforming by 8 points in Loudoun County. It was a blowout in 2020. Big issue with education there. The other thing to look at, and Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch with him. He said, buckle up. Virginia is going to be very tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since 1988. Donald Trump is doing something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected. Obviously, anything can happen, with a 72% chance of winning. Watch out for slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight, it looks like Trump has a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question actually for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun County, in Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues? We've been having a little debate.
I think that the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living.
And
I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
And Loudoun County is the kind of place where you'd think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the Dulles Technology Corridor. And that looks like the kind of place, young, tech-savvy people who would be prone generally to vote Democrat. And the fact that it seems to be going the way it is tonight is I think,
a lot of
quite
credit
telling.
to Glenn Youngkin and obviously Donald Trump for the way that state was handled. They were smart to go there late in the game.
It's interesting to look at Virginia, and sometimes these things sort of take hold over a period of time, right? So Glenn Youngkin won his very close race, all about education, really, against Terry McAuliffe and parents' rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted to get. And Youngkin was sort of trying to get them over that edge. So if this does, and then we're, can't call it obviously yet, if it turns into a win for Trump tonight, it will be a very big
or
sign.
even close, Martha.
And we have not called North Carolina.
We have not called it yet,
but
nor Georgia.
I'm sure there are good reasons for that, but others have.
I understand. Harold?
Do we know what's outstanding in Virginia?
Let's just talk to Bill Hemmer because he's at the wall.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Don't mind me. This is Roanoke County. Why do I have that on the screen? That's Salem, Virginia. That's where Trump went for the rally the other day with Glenn Youngkin. Okay, so as you guys were talking here, all right, so this is part of our Fox Insights. Anytime we see an outline here, we go in Loudoun County. We've mentioned this, right? Now, this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now, and Trump's doing 3.4 points better now with 98% of the vote reporting than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? Number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Do you have something else there?
Do you have a question?
Gotcha.
No.
Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
So the Virginia, is that the biggest county, the Fairfax County? Is there another big county out? Because the campaigns are saying they've got big votes still out in Virginia. They still believe that they...
I tell you what I'll do, Harold. I'll cheat for a second here and go back to Virginia. It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the southeastern part than was expected, okay? So there's still some vote out there, some vote coming in, and we'll see whether or not that holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And Britt, I think you said some folks had called Carolina already. We've got about 70% of the vote in, and we've got Trump up,
4 points. 4 points.
Yeah,
right?
almost 185,000 raw votes. And I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we just poke around some of the bigger counties, okay? This is Wake, this is Raleigh. You got to look there, 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead down here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. A firm lead yet again, but there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied. So maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover. You find Wilmington along the Atlantic Shore. You've only got 5% of the vote in down there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving down into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather, they love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida. And they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
You're exactly right about that. Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago? They count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw votes just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number one. Come on, let's go here. All right, here we go. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes, right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? We're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Back on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71,
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watched it, right? How many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where were you on July 13th? Here we go. You got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county like Butler 4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right, this past year? It was almost around the same number, okay, up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago. Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might maybe outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding, but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those 3 states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. They just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, it's a great question. Most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've gone from 96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way, all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
absolutely
nobody missed that.
So how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote of 83 million.
It's so interesting you asked that question, because everything's kind of flipped. Republicans went in today with a lead that had never happened before. And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish something they'd never accomplished before, and that is to get same-day voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where we now find it. If I am correct in my belief and my sources are right, and North Carolina, I'm almost 100% certain will be Donald Trump's. And Georgia, I believe, Harold and I have been going back and forth on this, will go to Donald Trump. Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating, to Laura's point.
Well, to that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Referendums.
Okay. There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half. So was it even an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
So, all right, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear Sean Hannity's wrong T-shirt, if I'm right and North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information, Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Against Bob Casey, the
Against
incumbent.
Bob Casey, the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million, we went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Geno's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016. And there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to win.
That's where the evening began.
And then it started going down, and we started doing the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost.
Right.
And the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
is her path narrowing as we get more into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump. And started at 58%, and it's climbed all through the evening to 69.
I think you should have a green eyeshade.
Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting him well in excess.
Stock market futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the Election Observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Votecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Staggering.
Where's that from?
AP Votecast.
And that has to be a
consistent with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics, at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular vote.
And the news cycle for how long went on and on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points. Well, Seltzer. I don't remember what that was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean, it made no sense.
Can I just check? Sure. Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening in Wisconsin. Okay, so go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna County. You got it. Let me come back to current day. Right, it's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I do believe. Okay, so I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton. Okay, so she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers. All right, versus 2020. Here is Biden's number. So she's about.
2 points.
You do the math. 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time of the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie. All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to like drive the numbers up, and he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit, you know, 0.5 point. And not for nothing, guys, but sorry, come on back here. Not for nothing, but Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682. Wow. Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll take you to Michigan. Some things happening there as well. Fascinating, too. Back on over there.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura, you think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right? Which
they're
is
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand what it actually is.
Can I ask you a question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odd numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively
90%
now to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald Trump.
71%.
To a point that
The
Jesse,
needle.
yeah,
No,
the
the
needle,
needle.
right?
Yeah.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's offering. But if that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, the only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonably tough way is sitting right here at this table. And that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism, why she wasn't asked about supporting a bail fund, 574 riots in the summer of 2024, or co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, or saying no private health insurance, Medicare for all, or sex change operations for, illegal immigrants. What will this say, Britt, about legacy media in America? It's dead.
Well, the decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is further proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting, because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
Oh, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got, Bill?
Got something?
I just punching up through Iowa. You know, everybody was talking about the poll, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Again,
the Morning
another
Register,
mention,
you know, I mean, another chip, right?
A poll that will not be named.
Right. That's correct. Until we get a little of the backsheesh, right? 40%, and you got a 7-point lead for Trump. Okay, so I don't know what they were seeing in the poll. I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away.
Let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys, okay? 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
Dana, even if we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment, from January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes that we have ever seen in the history of politics.
In the days after January 6th, I remember sitting, I think, with you, Brett, and I said, this guy, Trump, he's radioactive. Republicans have turned against him. They want rid of him. They want him. He's an obstacle. He's a problem. And I thought, no, I didn't think a political comeback by him was possible.
I would say.
And yet here we are. He's the toughest son of a gun I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's
ever.
true, right?
I mean, all he's had thrown at him. I mean, I'd be in an insane asylum.
I think there's an interesting rhetorical trick you can always play with these things. When Sean says, think of all the things that they have done to him. And in spite of that, he puts together this probably the most racially diverse political coalition we've seen in generations. But you could also say it is because of what they did to him. And turn that around. It's not just in spite of it. Like yes, he's a tough guy and he's
that's a great point.
Energetic, but it could be because of
overdone.
Well, and also,
overkill.
I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of policy in all of this.
Absolutely.
The Trump agenda in 2019 delivered some of the most stunning economic gains to blue-collar workers, the people that we came from, that we had seen in 25 years or maybe even longer. So from the border to the economy to foreign policy and peace, that resonated with young people, with men, with this new demographic coalition. And I think it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, but if, it will be the greatest comeback, I believe, in history, because this man was counted out and called every name in the book. They want to put him in jail tonight. If they could, they would put him in jail.
And I hate to get ahead of ourselves, but if he does win and the numbers hold up, and the popular vote is what it is, he would have a mandate. He would have a diverse winning coalition that he would then be able to govern with.
The House, he got both the House and the Senate.
He would probably have the Senate. Maybe he doesn't have the House, but that mandate would have to be respected. So it would be up to Democrats and the media to determine how's their posture going to be towards a seemingly very popular president who's had the greatest upset victory, followed by the most controversial election, followed by the greatest comeback victory we've ever seen.
So we shall see.
Yeah, so we may have this conversation several hours from now.
But listen, the primes. I call you the primes now. 7, 8, and 9.
What am I?
The Avengers.
Prime, you know.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
you guys. Great coverage.
Have fun.
Fantastic to be able to together.
I don't think so.
Thank you so much, guys.
That was great.
Have fun
It was great.
The vote count is underway. More results coming in. We're tracking it all as Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
Election Night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by Simply Safe Home Security. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe. This is our legacy.
I won't let anyone take it.
The epic return of Yellowstone.
I can see it now. I know what to do.
There is no morality. This is war.
We fight here, or we die here.
Oh, this is going to be fun. It's been pretty fun so far.
Yellowstone. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is...
Lord, we trust in you. We give to you everything. Our leaders, our president, our country. We give it all to you.
Jesus, we trust in you. Amen.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
I got this barbecue smoker for 26 bucks.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan!
I speak in the name of the one true God.
We are back, and Jackie Heinrich is standing by at the Harris campaign headquarters, where there is a lot of votes still to come in tonight. What's the mood over there at this point, though, Jackie?
You know, Martha, every once in a while we get this glaring reminder that just over 3 months ago, this was Joe Biden's campaign. Every time we want to get any information from campaign officials, we have to text someone in Wilmington. There aren't any campaign staffers walking around, and that means that often we can't get answers to simple things like how many people are in this crowd, who's in this crowd, what is their connection to the vice president, which groups were invited. We've posed these questions to the campaign and not been able to get any answers. And I've also spoken to some sources close to Harris who are at watch parties nearby in the city. Friends, family, and donors had receptions at 2 big hotels in the area. They're now making their way over here. They'll be hanging out in a basement somewhere inside the building. But even they don't have confirmation that the vice president is going to come here tonight. We don't have any program for the speakers. And right now they've just been piping in CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad strokes as they're watching data come in. Right now, generally, they're feeling happy about long lines at college precincts in North Carolina and Michigan, saying that that should be helping them with young voter turnout, guys.
All right.
But Jackie, let me just ask you, I mean, my chain with the Democrats kind of went dark too. When's the last time you got an update?
Thank you so very much. Well, they're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign, but they are in Wilmington. So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C. Jackie, thanks.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin, because we want to get an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this equipment, and what does it all mean?
Well, the counting hasn't stopped. What they did is they put out an all call for city employees. So they've got firefighters, they got healthcare workers, IT workers here trying to move this count along. They have to verify all of the metadata, if you will, on the top of the ballots before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. The last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break. And
correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Britt Hume, Dana Moreno, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug-of-war election. And all we're saying right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. This suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change. Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country. The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the elites appear to be on, at least the way it's shaping up tonight, on the blue side, and the working class is on the red side. This is not, this is a development that has happened in the Trump years.
I asked you 3 nights in a row, who do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Well, right now, I want to be Donald Trump, because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%, the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question that I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning 1 or more of those states. We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. You early on questioned the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner. What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency probably doing better than Biden would have done because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins. Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America. But I think she ran a good race, or almost an excellent race, but it may just fall in
It's a good point because we're comparing Biden to 2020 numbers when he won, but the numbers where he was when she took over were not those numbers.
Disaster.
Yeah.
We have a call to make. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of Iowa. Trump is performing well in rural areas, which helped deliver victories to former President Trump in 2016 and 2020. This obviously comes in the wake of a lot of focus on a poll that shall not be named.
No, let's do it.
Oh,
please.
name it? The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it seven times tonight. But anyway, it got a lot of attention.
Ridiculous.
It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of a gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll, Ann Seltzer. We are now calling Iowa for the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it was, described as a bit of a jolt when it came across. I think all of us, when we saw that, Ann Seltzer, because she has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In fact, she called the Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that.
Well, she also had him winning the caucus, and Ted Cruz beat him.
Yes, so she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column tonight.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about what everyone is saying. This blue wall, there are 44 electoral votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think in the last segment, we talked a little bit about the policy here, Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them, Kellyanne, should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go. Should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively? And then the border and the economy. Should she have distanced herself from Biden? Now, look, we're still a little early in the evening. I agree with Mark. It's still a little pull one way. But if you're sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight if you want to win the campaign. So she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. But it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha.
Eventually.
I'll give you a little run up the Atlantic coast here, okay? This is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. It's just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia, then I'll hit Pennsylvania, all right? Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte, Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There's a lot of outstanding votes. So you have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte. This is Wake County, Raleigh. It's #1. Still about 20% of the vote out there, okay? Comfortable lead for Harris. We expected that, but let me just check 2020 and go ahead and use the slide again. Okay, so she's performing half a point better than Joe Biden finished from 4 years ago. So we're keeping track of that. You went to Virginia. I'm getting there, guys. Hang on 1 second here. Just got to move the meter, and we'll see what's happening here in the Commonwealth.
All right, so while you're checking that, Charlie Hurt's from Virginia.
Yeah. Tight squeeze.
So what are you looking at, Charlie?
Tight squeeze, Virginia.
What are you looking at?
So it's kind of interesting, actually, that this is so close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state. It was fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early in-person vote. All of the big D-plus counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond, and then all of the R-plus counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago. And so if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been since George W. Bush, or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites. There's not a great Trump vote in that near D.C., counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's competitive a couple months ago? He said, I think you're going to force Biden-Harris, now Harris, to spend some time and money there. And that's happened. But it was ground zero for the parents' rights movement, the school stuff in 2021. I wanted to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall. Since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years, with the exception of 2016. They went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought she'd do better in those more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina. She's in the very white states trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for the Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we talk about immigration. That's how Trump is getting them. We're going to get African Americans if we talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over-prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases? You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right. Stop telling us who we are, what we think, how to eat, how to vote. This is the election where people are turning on its head. Last point, young voters. I think Harris is going to underperform Joe Biden nationwide on young voters. There too. Let's get rid of the old guy and put in the 60-year-old woman and then call Donald Trump old. That's how we'll get young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people if they think they can afford a house before they're 52 under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age, this is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just to Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now where we are, does she only have to win the blue wall, just for the sake of the audience, to win this? So if everything happens, she wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins Georgia, North Carolina. If she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the blue wall remains what we have.
She
what we
has
focus
one
on.
big path. Yeah, he's
That's
got
the
two
path.
paths, but you got to get one of
Is
those.
that true, Bill?
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270 with the 3.
Yeah,
Right.
with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer, or whatever you say when you get.
But just show how it happens. Just show the 3.
Yeah, for her it would be Nebraska 2.
No.
Well, we got to go a long way. So just it's going to take me a while to get there. Okay, so she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom.
That's good.
Oh my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow! Okay, Maine,
Nebraska 2.
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's why I didn't want to do it just yet, because we got to go a ways. But maybe like another half hour, an hour or so, we'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona, unless you got something else to do.
Love to go there.
Let me go ahead and reset this, because there's some movement here. There's some movement here in the American Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it on the night. And Trump has just taken 1/10 of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is where you get 60% of the vote statewide is in Maricopa County, all right? She has an edge at 2.2 percentage points. Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to 2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona. So she's up about half a point, not quite, all right? But Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out, and too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back to modern day, 2024, and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just wanted to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts. 14.5 points.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not even
Somebody's
close.
not having a good night.
Guys, there's a ton of votes still out there, too. This thing could go higher. Anyway, back to you guys.
It's a little outside the margin of error. Okay.
All right, let's go over to Sandra and get a look, because we've been talking about young voters, and you have some new stuff from our Fox News voter analysis,
Sure.
Sandra.
I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said about the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha. And it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there. But just note, Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote and what we are seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump, 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points. Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender when it comes to the Hispanic vote, because this also telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women, underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff, especially that Hispanic vote.
And that gap, that 20-plus gap that we're seeing, we've been seeing it for a long time. We've been talking about it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters, Brett. It's a very seismic change.
Which means that if it comes down, as we now I think have agreed at this desk, that it does to those three blue wall states being her chance of victory, are in very narrow path, that if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. I mean, amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team has no one to blame but themselves for these numbers. It's the policies that drove these people to vote for President Trump, and he also, the Biden-Harris people pushed them into Trump's open arms. And now they'll have a chance to have a different type of president if he were to win. I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting markets, everything is sort of going this way. And you sort of have this feeling that the Hispanic vote is no longer going to be so segmented. It's just the vote, the American vote.
And there's a traditional, not to overgeneralize about any group, but, the traditional faith-based in many ways Hispanic family that is not responding to what Kamala Harris is talking about and focusing on.
Gender and race, we talked about the outset, would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They show politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that we're going to have to, as a party, rethink and reformulate and reconstitute how we think about going after voters. If these votes hold up, and even if they don't, the numbers are narrowing. So you have to rethink this and consider some different strategies. Because as we sit here tonight, Democrats have to be surprised. From what we were told over the last several days about how her numbers were coming home, how people were coming home, this is a very different race.
Hold on one second. David Plouffe said yesterday that she could win all 7 battleground states, and said that she could do it. Now, maybe if it turned, she could win 6 of 7, but he said 7 of 7. He said the other day.
He did. He said there was a confidence from him that, and Democrats abound, that there was. And even up to early this
all the polling said that it could go either way.
We got to hit a break real quick.
We will. A lot of votes to count still, and we are covering all of them for you. Our special coverage continues. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Look out, 'cause here I come.
Have you always had trouble with your weight? Same.
Discover the power of Wegovy. With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
I'm reducing my risk. Wegovy is the only weight management medicine proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, or stroke in adults with known heart disease and obesity.
Don't use Wegovy with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines or in children under 12. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your prescriber if you are breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation and gallbladder problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Call your prescriber about vision changes, if you feel your heart racing while at rest, or if you have mental changes. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, stomach pain, flu or upset, headache, feeling tired, dizzy or bloated, gas, and heartburn. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
And I'm lowering my CV risk. Check your coverage before talking to your prescriber about Wegovy.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya provides tools that help you make the right investment and benefit choices so you can reach today's financial goals and look forward to a more confident future.
Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine like Google, but it's private and doesn't spy on your searches. And DuckDuckGo lets you browse like Chrome, but it blocks cookies and creepy ads that follow you around from Google and other companies. And there's no catch. It's free. We make money from ads, but they don't follow you around. Join the millions of people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices today.
Our God calls us.
The Fox News decision desk can project that in Maine, Vice President Harris will win the statewide vote. Trump will win an electoral vote in the rural 2nd district in the state of Maine.
Fox News can also project that Maine Senator Angus King will win his race. He's an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. So as we look now, the Senate is ticking up. We're going to look at some interesting races in Ohio and Montana coming up.
So let's check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where I would imagine the mood is fairly good.
It is very good, Martha. You know, earlier this evening, a lot of folks were coming up to me and saying they're not sure if they're going to get a decision tonight. They thought it was going to take a few days, and that has completely flipped. And people are expecting there to be an answer tonight and it to be favorable for the former president. I just talked to a campaign official who tells me that over in Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump is right now, watching the results come in, the mood there is positive. And I'm working to confirm right now if the former president made some remarks to a crowd there and what exactly he said, but everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, who's in Shreveport, Louisiana right now at his district, appears to be making plans to come here to be with former President Trump. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on Trump headquarters as we continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now. You know, we don't have a call for any new states at this point. We're waiting for Montana, waiting to get a look at the Sheehy race in Montana as well. And we have some new guests who have joined us on the panel that we want to get to. So let's welcome them in.
And as we get ready for the top of the hour, we'll make some new calls at 11
first,
o'clock.
and then we'll get right to you guys. Wow, time is going so fast. There we go.
It is now 11 p.m. in New York, and 4 West Coast states have just finished voting. The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win California, the Golden State, 54 electoral votes, biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project that Harris will win Oregon, adding 8 more votes to her Electoral College vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. Race is changing quickly. I am getting some word from the Democrats who have now put out kind of a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania, they say they're overperforming turnout expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they are going to see more votes in these states. These are the blue wall states, because that is the path that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, they say, we know there's significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties. We just have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We shall see.
We shall see. California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman, Adam Schiff, will win his race against former Major League Baseball player Steve Garvey in that Senate race. And Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell will win her 5th term. Not big surprises on that front this evening either. So here's the balance of power in the Senate: 49 for Republicans. The majority is 51. They have flipped 1 seat, 42 for the Democrats, as we wait for a number of these big Senate races to be called: Ohio, Montana, Pennsylvania, all will really dictate the future of the Senate.
And Michigan. Let's bring in our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary, Jessica
You're not going
Tarloff,
anywhere.
and Ben Domenech. Jessica, are you surprised?
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling in this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall. And this morning, we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map. But it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost.
Mm-hmm.
And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss.
Yeah.
And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. And regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away this is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized. That's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. You may have to deal with it. You may have to.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We can still do those things. We'd bring you right into the party to help us do it.
We're going to take a pause right here because we have a big call to make right now.
We do indeed. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won and unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip for Republicans. The party is edging closer to an outright Senate majority tonight, and there are still a couple of places yet to be heard from.
Right. Now, think about this. Now, if the Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat, that would be a different math. But as you look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
There we go.
Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate, and Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda, an agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January.
Bernie Moreno, the winner in the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. This is a major pickoff for an incumbent senator in Sherrod Brown that ran ads that said he was, you know, at least working with former President Trump. He ran heavily on the issue of abortion and thought that they were going to make headway there. There were all kinds of polls, including the one we talked about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown won in 2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and this puts them closer to a Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility that John Tester holds on in Montana, although he was behind going in. Deb Fisher in Nebraska, we're still watching that race very closely. But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong, and we're going to keep an eye on all of them as they do. It's interesting to point out, his family immigrated here from Colombia, and, he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants feel about immigration, because he is very much in favor of closing the border.
Yeah, his brother was the ambassador.
There's a lot on that. Garrett Tenney, our reporter in the Midwest, he's done a couple of pieces for us on a couple of small towns, one in Ohio and one in Indiana, that were completely just doubled overnight almost by immigrants. And he talked to families who have kids who are like, they can't even go to school anymore. They dropped out because nobody could be taught anymore. No one can find a place to live. I'll be very interested to see what Sandra Smith pulls out of that state of Ohio. Now, Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well. It will probably help Deb Fisher. I think it even helped Ted Cruz. Even though I think Ted Cruz was always going to win, it helped him win by a larger margin. Another point is, Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win. But this past 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost everything because there was just throw the bums out type election. And Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change. And I think people are reacting to that.
And once again, you have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time. Yep. And sometimes the migration of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while, takes a couple cycles.
Surprised by this one?
That Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought like you thought at the way you posited the question, that he's held on for a long time, he's running tough races, and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over the many years. But Moreno was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, and what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security. It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana, where energy is a big, big issue. These three Democrats may have run up against a challenge here that they can't overcome.
This shows you a little bit of break in the blue wall. If Ohio's 10 points and Bernie Moreno takes off Sherrod Brown, don't you, as you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, say there are similar issues in these states?
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't. Brett, the answer is a resounding unfortunate for me. Yes, I think you can begin to see that where that crack could come, if not a whole collapse.
Let me make one last point. $161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's basically the PAC to keep the Senate majority. $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand, if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
and
there.
We're, one seat away from the majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too close to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over there, that wonderful map of yours, John Tester's the Democrat John Tester, Democratic incumbent, is well behind with only 6% in.
Yeah,
but
it seems like
he's down.
Just getting going a little bit there, right?
Yeah, 14 points. But I mean, that's in line with what has been the expectation.
But listen, if you look at Ohio, it's a similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan. And there's similar issues in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. We're going to take a quick break right here. The race to 270 slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after this.
Election night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by Simply Safe Home Security. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Grr. Modern home security, my tail. What's Simply Safe got that I don't?
24/7 monitoring that acts on an alarm in 5 seconds to help stop crime in real time.
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on their way.
Plus no contracts, ever.
Maybe Simply Safe and I could work together.
Scaredy cat.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is...
My kingdom does not belong to this world. Repay to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and to God what belongs to God.
Jesus, we trust in you. Amen.
Someday it's all going to be yours. I promise.
The epic return of Yellowstone.
There's no peace for this family, only revenge.
Our enemies don't fight fair. I know what to do. Believe in me.
I've always believed in you.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
Yellowstone. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for 26 bucks.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan!
I speak in the name of the one true God.
Welcome back to our coverage of a big election night, and things are shifting by the moment. We are too early to call right now. The decision desk says in Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, as you look at these on the screen there. But you can see that Georgia, were the lead with 90% in. As Bill talked about earlier, the Atlanta vote, we're still waiting on that, and that could be why the decision desk is holding back there. North Carolina, also 89% in, 136,000 votes. That's starting to get into territory which is tough to close depending on where that vote stands out. The big, obviously, states that we're watching are the blue wall states, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, 65% and 75% in. But again, the former president leading now. And the question is, how much of that vote showed up for Vice President Harris in the Philadelphia area, the suburbs, the Bucks County areas in Pennsylvania. We also have an update from Wisconsin.
Indeed, we do. Mike Tobin is standing by with an update. This has really been the biggest problem area that we've seen, at least so far. We're waiting for a number of these cities, Mike, but give us an update on what's going on with the machines there and what you expect.
Well, we're hearing from more of the Wisconsin election officials, and they still want to push off the idea that this was a legitimate mistake, and they have recounted these 31,000 ballots or retabulated these 31,000 ballots out of an abundance of caution. What you're looking at right now is one of the tabulation machines, and if you look at the back of the tabulation machine, you should be able to see some red stickers. Those red stickers are the seals. The seals were in place on these 13 machines. What was not engaged with the locking mechanisms on the doors there. The machines operated for hours. When a Republican observer noticed it, flagged it, that particular problem, the city and also the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission says that was the 31,000 ballots were run through again, as she put it, so no one could use a procedural misstep to call the legitimate votes into question. That's Megan Wolf, the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission. Now, I talked with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. He said the whole process is sloppy.
Have been done 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with Republican observers going, yep, that's locked, that's properly sealed, locked, properly sealed. Why didn't they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do, and they didn't do it very well.
Now, here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots, drop-box ballots, and in-person absentee ballots. Some 80,000 of these ballots have now been counted, but the whole process has been delayed because it's 31,000 had to go through a second time. Guys, back to you.
Mike Tobin, thanks. Just an update from our own Chad Pergram, talking to Democrats and Republicans about the House races as we are looking at the Senate, and they're poised to take control if they hold the rest. The House is looking like it very well could flip to the Democrats. A couple of races, Vindman in Virginia. We're not calling that, but they're looking really good. There's a few races in New York here, the Brandon Williams race to John Mannion. So Dems essentially, we won't know until California, where a number of those seats are up. They're doing what they need to do to hit the marks to flip the House. So that could be a bright spot for Democrats tonight.
So let's go to look at some. We're going to Trace Gallagher and talk to him and his panel out on the West Coast, because we are waiting for a lot of California races, as Brett was just saying. Brett, Trace, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there on the West Coast tonight.
And we're going to pick up the last 3 hours of this coverage tonight, Martha, so we're kind of gearing up for that. It's interesting. The big news out here, of course, California, no surprise, went to Kamala Harris. Interesting, though, because Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you very quickly. Prop 36 is winning dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this left attitude on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones, on rent control and raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
It's a very good point. And, you know, it's interesting, Kayla McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it, and that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, you know, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign at the last minute and because she was running against Trump, that voters wouldn't notice or they wouldn't care, that she was giving them a whole bunch of nothing. But I'll just say, I'm from one of these swing states, from Michigan. And even in the swing states, it matters a lot where Kamala Harris stands on something like Proposition 36. Because if she doesn't want California to take crime seriously, what about the rest of the country?
Yeah, and nobody takes crime more seriously than Gianno Caldwell. You have studied this, Gianno, and this is a big deal going forward for California should this pass.
That's right, and that's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem, and I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with, and that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats who've fashioned the idea that if you be soft on crime, then there's going to be criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win. It's probably going to win big, Jody Armour, but the governor of California is against it. He thinks it's just going to raise the number of people going to California prisons.
Yeah, well, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted
on this, a former prosecutor. She said, I'm the top cop. She, her bona fides are that she's law and order.
She was one behind Prop 47.
Right. And so she wasn't, she's a frictionless weather vane. She gives you that impression. Exactly. Blowing whatever direction the wind blows, she's willing to go there. And that was another example. She should have said, I was the top cop. I'm 436. Maybe I see the error of my ways. I see crime going in a certain direction or whatever. But instead, she does this frictionless weather vane routine, and people.
But you can't expect her to do that when she was the one posting links about rioters and looters during the George Floyd era. This is not somebody who's about law and order.
Gianno, Kayla McGee-White, Steve, Jody, thank you all. Martha will be here later in the night when everybody gets tired there in New York, and we'll handle it from there. Back to you guys.
Okay, Trace, thank you very much. We're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in, and as you know, this is all baking. Bill's at the wall trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now. Yeah. Bill, what do you got?
Just picked up something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat this. I was trying to locate this on the map, and it's true. Right now, Donald Trump, in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID, you think about immigration. You think about the homeless crisis. You think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years. Maybe that's having an impact. Now, what I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. Just want to point out two things in Wisconsin. I want to compare that to what's happening in Pennsylvania, because I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump, okay? So here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020. I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So this is Madison, University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse, all right? You get Democratic votes here in La Crosse, right along the border there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago. It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024. Hang on one second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in two places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a half a point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago in a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen and come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford, that's Greensboro. You had a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see Joe Biden. Okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see with the 134,000. So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys, for a while now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved. Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. I'm up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there. And Democrats scored their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb County. So too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Biden, the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now, essentially are saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll see you in the
that
morning.
reminds me of?
It's 4 years ago,
Clinton in
Martha.
2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out. And everyone else was saying, we're calling these states. So
and we may stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
What if, instead of giving a holiday makeover to some stranger's house, you revisit your own childhood home?
Oh, wow. The name of your true love is Nick.
3 rom-com worthy meet cutes, all with guys named Nick.
Aaron Krakow and Daniel Lissing, a holiday tale about finding true love.
Nick!
Yes! In the nick of time.
You have a little snow in your hair.
Santa Tell Me. Check your local listings. Part of Countdown to Christmas. Only on Hallmark Channel.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine like Google, but it's private and doesn't spy on your searches. And DuckDuckGo lets you browse like Chrome, but it blocks cookies and creepy ads that follow you around from Google and other companies. And there's no catch. It's free. We make money from ads, but they don't follow you around. Join the millions of people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices today.
While you watch Fox News, stay connected at foxnews.com with live blogs, interactive features, and voter analysis. Foxnews.com, your ultimate second screen.
Get a greater view of your whole business by exploring tools that help with more than your books, like online payroll to manage team hours and pay, or QuickBooks Live Tax powered by TurboTax for timely help from tax experts. Explore what else you can do with QuickBooks. Visit QuickBooks.com today.
Nespresso.
For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich. And fill out the official bracket of the college football playoff at officialcfpbracketchallenge.com.
Okay, let's bring in our panel. Joining us now, Kayleigh McEnany, Richard Fowler, and Katie Pavlich, and our 3 steady Eddies over to my right. Who we're not letting them chain them. They're not going anywhere. They're with us.
Chained actually to the desk.
Exactly.
Physically chained. We're very sorry. Hopefully it's loose enough.
Allowed breaks occasionally. But. Yes. So, Richard, welcome. Good to have you here.
Good to be here.
How are you feeling about how things are going? Obviously, we've seen this memo from the campaign that says that they are considering waiting to see how things look tomorrow. Can you answer to that at all?
Look, I think we all knew this was going to be a long election night, right? We knew this was going to take some time to count all these votes. I think what you're seeing from the memo that was released by General Mally Dillon just a couple moments ago sort of speaks to that, and that, you know, we don't have a clear winner in this moment. There's still votes out there being counted. Last time I checked before I came in here, I think 1% of the votes in Wayne County or Detroit was counted. So we have a lot more votes left to be counted in parts of the blue wall. I think for the Harris-Walz campaign, they're saying they're banking on this blue wall to win this campaign. So they're going to wait until those votes are counted. And I think at this point, nobody spike the football until all the American people have their say.
Yeah, we haven't called any battleground states.
Exactly.
Sean Hannity may have.
Sean is the exception to the rule.
But he wasn't worried about the fact that there weren't actually in yet.
The best is when he said, I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis.
But I'm going to make it cry. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is why? Why is it that it didn't appeal, the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign tried to argue that people should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, you know, implement, get rid of democracy, essentially, is running ahead with those groups. And that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now, the night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places that we're looking at the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the carrot issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kaylee, it looks like not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run, not only did they not care about that issue, I think, you know, they say, well, we know and we've seen all of this, you know, what we watch is, you know, the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so drilled on by Kamala Harris in this campaign.
I think you make a really important point, and two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They'd followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said, pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips, this holistic look that perhaps not just realigned the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically as well.
Can I just add to that? You know, for years, we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration that Americans are not suffering, that inflation, A, wasn't happening, then it was transitory, then we just had to deal with it, even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the campaign has struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being too high, but their essential argument was Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting, and they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to say.
Katie, I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes for Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded. And while I think a lot of people voted for him like the voters you described, without much enthusiasm for him,
but indefinitely thinking it was a better deal back then than they were getting from this administration and have gotten from this administration. And if he wins tonight, it'll be the fact that they look back on his administration more fondly than they ever might have thought they could even 2 years ago.
We've said it before, Dana, about what former President Trump has faced. If you look at what they call lawfare and what he faced in Manhattan, he still faces a sentencing at the end of November. Judge Marchand there. He is still facing other cases. There is an appeal of the Attorney General's case, Letitia James here, that the appeals court looked like it actually was siding with Donald Trump.
Yes.
And they could have a ruling that either strikes it down or reduces it dramatically right after the election, even though Vice President Harris used that in many ads to say that he was, convicted and he also lost this civil case. It's pretty amazing that we are where we are.
It is, and I feel like I wish I were Shannon Bream right now because I don't know all of the legal issues, but I could play.
But you know the sense, 30,000 feet.
Yes, I think, again, it's one of those things that you think of all that he withstood, but it's also this result of these states that are coming in so far. It's because of what they did, right? And he didn't let it bring him down. So he would sit in courtroom all day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next day. And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, et cetera, they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
Yeah,
You're going to make a quick call.
They completely dropped the felon argument. Like, you don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of most of the campaign.
Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been a contested state. Vice President Harris went there many, many times. Democratic governor in the state of North Carolina. You saw former President Trump go there a number of times, about 4 times in the past 2 weeks to campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told him just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states, that all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick, it looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half. And we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, you know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth, to lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that, couldn't figure out how to capitalize on that. So as we talk about reconstituting our party, that's some of the things we're going to have to do. And if you guys are successful tonight, I hope that President Trump is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country for every American.
But don't you think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an underestimation of what the definition of protecting democracy is.
So, okay,
you have RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, who was in charge of the DNC at a certain point, saying there's all this lawfare. You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, one of his vice presidential candidate at the time, feels the same way. And people look at that and say, he's building a coalition that actually works. The only thing I'm saying is Brett Baer wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called about unity and about what happens when these races. This is one of the most divisive races in my 54 years of life. My only point is it will be time to whomever wins. And if it's President Trump, it looks like it might be, it's time to heal and move forward. And I think he'll have to do something. I don't disagree with he's built this coalition, it looks like tonight, but it's going to take more than that. I'm one as a Democrat willing to work with him if he wants to do that, but it's going to take each side wanting to do it.
We're going to make a call here. Stand by.
Fox News projects that the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican pulling this out. And that means, because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority, but we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in the Senate. But right now, a 51-seat majority for the Senate, 42 seats for Democrats. And this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again, he needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California. But this is a big deal, Britt Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority, and now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Yeah, and it raises the possibility that if Trump wins, he has the Senate, and the question becomes then, can the Republicans maintain control of the House? There's been a lot of confidence in the betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, the margin on the betting odds has shrunk a little bit for their holding on there.
Holding on to all three.
If I could just add, like for Mitch McConnell, this is what a way to leave, right? With another win. Again, and if President Trump wins the presidency, another way to say, he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
Let's also
this happens amid harsh criticism of McConnell
Sure.
from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kayleigh, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and, hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8 to 10 seat buffer because he expects, should Donald Trump prevail, which it's looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration. So you got to start thinking about that. That's a political calculation you can solve, on the inside, but something to think about nonetheless. I would just say this. The word here, the word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends, and the trends do not look good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9. Now, these races, they fall in the same category. As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have a lot of the same issues, energy. All of them campaign similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and D.C. states has been kicked around for a long time, possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters. And we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So if this continues, well, we know now that there's a majority. So at least in the short term, those things won't happen.
Eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers. As the race for 270 continues, more results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up? You'll have to come back.
Putin's army has unleashed unthinkable evil since invading Ukraine, torturing Christian leaders, destroying churches, and burning Bibles, kidnapping thousands of Ukrainian children and holding them hostage in Russia, brutally assaulting and raping women of all ages. Freedom and democracy are under attack, and Ukraine is the front line. Freedom isn't free. Together, we must stand for justice.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being, and in the good that comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire.
What if, instead of giving a holiday makeover to some stranger's house, you revisit your own childhood home?
Oh, wow. The name of your true love is Nick.
3 rom-com-worthy meet-cutes, all with guys named Nick.
Aaron Krakow and Daniel Lissing, a holiday tale about finding true love.
Nick!
Yes! In the nick of time.
You have a little snow in your hair.
Santa Tell Me. Check your local listings. Part of Countdown to Christmas, only on Hallmark Channel.
Let's go walking in the city tonight. I'm feeling heavy and I can't explain how I feel for you. You got me dizzy and I'm feeling blue. Like my fancy shoes, I wore them just for you.
If you're shopping for a home, you could browse hundreds of listings to find homes with big yards, or compare lot sizes all at once. Search in full color to find space to grow. Home search will never be the same again.
Our God calls us!
Welcome back.
So there are a number of states that we are not able to call yet, and we're waiting for some big calls momentarily. We're still looking at some of these Senate races. We're still looking at Milwaukee, of course. We're waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, a number of these big battleground states.
Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania, a lot of raw vote total coming in. As you take a look at this board, you can also look out in Arizona, where it is very tight early. It's about half in. Georgia now seems like it's getting close to being baked here. 93% in, 50.8, 83% in Pennsylvania. Bill, you want to chat about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we can here. What I set up for you, Brett, is what the night's all about, right? How do you get to 270? And if you punch around on the map and just see the margins, I'm just going to do something, okay? I'm not getting ahead of anything here. But I want to tell you, as it stands right now, if you were to call this entire thing, okay, Harris at 216, Trump at 232, and if I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Come back. It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in Hawaii. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of Hawaii. The Aloha State has voted for the Democrat in every election since 1984. This was no different.
And the Fox News decision desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. Not a big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono will win a 3rd term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay. So rudely interrupted Bill Hemmer by midnight. ticking down. Go ahead.
Okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. It's still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan, okay? If it stays that way, it's his. And he's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts slow. It's okay. We'll take our time on that, all right? It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia has not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now, okay? So it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again, all right? It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is, 0.4 percentage points, Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call, so that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for her. I mean, it could happen. She could do it.
It could happen.
Based on our calls.
If it did happen, it would look something like
it's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be, you would be in landslide territory.
No, it would be.
He ends up taking all
and of course, that's how the Electoral College is designed, to take small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if.
And of course,
the blue wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was in Shreveport, Louisiana at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So all around, all the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say. I hear they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The kids say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that even that I wouldn't ever dare send over email. But overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the campaign and close to the vice president is that the vibes are very bad. Those three sources believe that her path is narrowing so much that it would be very difficult to overcome. Right now, the campaign, though, is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed. Even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, can you update that? And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that that is likely or possible. One of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. There hasn't been any messaging to the people waiting out here about who might be greeting them later or even when. So we will update you when we find out more about that. But someone close to the vice president said that it looks like she's probably going to come down here about an hour or so from now. But she'll need to have a message when she does. And so they're probably formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging from the campaign about how long it'll take some of these outstanding ballots to be counted, and maybe give them, everyone waiting, sort of something to hang on to. And they've also, been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular, orderly, lawful process. But we will update you if we get anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside, guys.
And people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the pit camera.
Said some of the people had trickled. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but see, there's this big gap in the grass over there. This was filled with people dancing just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now. There are a couple different stages here, and we were actually told earlier in the night the reason that there were two stages is because there was a remote location with a studio where Harris could potentially go and potentially pipe video in if the race was still outstanding, if enough of these states were remaining uncalled and needed to go into another day. But it doesn't sound like that is going to be utilized tonight, because we're hearing word that she could be coming here to say something. But who knows who's going to be around for it. We also don't know who this... Go ahead.
No, we hear a new addition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that, if I could make that transition.
Really well done.
It didn't really work. Didn't really work that well.
Jackie's too young.
Jackie was spellbound by that one. Sorry about that. Let's bring in our panel. Mark Thiessen, Trey Gowdy, Kellyanne Conway join us, and then we have the chain gang over here on the right, chained to the desk, and they haven't left. Okay, Mark, you haven't been on. What's your thoughts?
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the second assassination attempt, we were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states, and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe, or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892, when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent, he's a once-in-a-century talent politically. And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats wanted. They thought Trump would be easier to beat. Part of the reason why they launched this campaign of lawfare against him was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave, grave political miscalculation.
You know, Trey Gowdy, I'm struck by thinking about the strategy on the Trump campaign, right? And that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right? And he dug into that strategy in a big way. Also, he said that immigration, he felt, was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept coming in higher on people's issues lists. And I'm struck, when you look at these cities, Chicago, Miami, all of these places, one of the embedded issues in those cities is the burden that they have had under immigration. So maybe he was right.
No, he was definitely right. I mean, immigration and the border is kind of a microcosm of rule of law, what kind of country we're going to be, whether or not you're going to have to follow the rules. I mean, to take the oath of citizenship, the word law is used 6 times for new citizens. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to break the law and then swear an oath that you're going to follow it. My friend Mark, who knows more about politics than I do, use the word comeback. I think it is really more akin to a political resurrection. If you had asked me on January the 7th or after the 4th of the 4 indictments, I would have told you I see no way that he'll be the nominee or the president. And now it looks like, look, Sean may be right. Maybe 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman. They will not go by senator anymore. So, Mike Rogers is up. Yeah. Eric Hovde is up. I mean, it could be a 54-55, which means Trump gets his cabinet. I mean, some of the folks we heard for his cabinet could survive in a 51-49 Senate, but they will be confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes. We've been projecting, and really just a 53-seat Senate. I mean, 55, 56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit and Pittsburgh, they've just had enough. And this is the time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is as decisive a victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this, is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, the ones that cited him in commercials may all go down tonight.
Some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% of the time. He can't just bear hug Donald Trump when it's politically expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
The other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. Mm-hmm. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed, Florida did not pass. But what we're seeing is that people seem to be separating it from the rest of the picture and voting their will.
Yeah, and I wonder, Kellyanne might want to jump onto this as well, but when the voters are telling you since May of 2021 that immigration and inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at, now for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue if you're a single issue voter. But if you looked at all of the polls, it said it was down below. It wasn't their top issue. It was always economy, immigration, crime, sometimes democracy, but down below, abortion, foreign policy, et cetera. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Britt, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way, and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that.
Well,
and I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
And we can go back a number of years into all the false alarms, all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president, and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility of mainstream media, loss of credibility for the people who were hurling around terms like Nazi and authoritarian and all the rest of it. The people in the end didn't buy it. I'll also say this, we ought to keep a thought for the Harris people, the Harris campaign people, because they were saddled with the person I think was the weakest presidential candidate I've ever seen. She was absolutely the weakest. And one of the reasons why they didn't do some of the things related to issues that you mentioned, Dana, I think, is that they had a candidate who really couldn't pull it off.
Right.
You know, she didn't have anything to say. Brett, I mean, you had an interview with her, and he came up with one fairly evident question that you asked her that about, you know, when she first figured out that Biden wasn't all there, and she completely booted it. What are you going to do with somebody like that if you're a campaign advisor?
And I wonder
There's a limit to what you can do, don't you think, Martha?
I mean, I wonder what Nancy Pelosi is thinking tonight, and Chuck Schumer, who went over to Biden's residence and said, look, this is over. And Joe Biden is the reason that Kamala Harris is the candidate, because in one posting on social media, he dropped out. In the next one, he said, she's your person. And all talk of a mini primary dissolved right then. Harold, your thoughts on that?
So again, we've not declared any of this, and we want to be careful. It looks as if this is heading in a certain direction. I don't disagree with a lot that has been said. I recall not long after Brett's interview with the vice president, I believe she went on a rival network, and the first question that was asked of her was, "What's the first piece of legislation you'd like to get passed?" And she punted the question, saying she just wanted to be bipartisan. How you don't say border security? How you don't say I want to reach out to Republicans and figure out how if you Roe v. Wade, I want it restored. Something substantive, positive that's consistent with your message or consistent with where the country wants to go. Again, I don't want to write anybody's political obituary here, or presidential race obituary until the race has been declared. But I do hope that if it looks like what's going to happen happens, I do hope everybody can be gracious and magnanimous. There's no doubt this is the greatest political comeback we've seen. I've not heard my friend Mark talk about the 1892 reference. You're likely very right. The political resurrection of my friend Trey Gowdy. I called one of your friends. He said, made me call him Mr. Chairman also this evening. But we have to be gracious in the moment. And I hope, Kelly, and there will be Democrats who will want to reach out to President Trump and reach out to Republicans in the Senate. And we'll see what happens with the House. But again, we haven't declared anything.
No, we haven't. And there is the caveat, but Bill Hemmer, we're waiting on Georgia.
Yep.
Right?
Waiting on a lot of things.
And we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We're waiting on Wisconsin. We're waiting on Michigan. But why Georgia, do you think?
Let me pop on down there. Had a nice little pretty map set up for you guys.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I can come back to it. All right. So here's Georgia. All right. And here is the remaining vote. And what I see is a lot of the vote in Atlanta metro area is in, but there's fractions here and fractions there. I see Chatham, okay, Savannah. It's not a small county, 5 out of 159. It's got about a third of the votes still remaining as well. We're not quite set up for the vote margin there, but...
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just wanted to check in.
No, it's okay. No, when I was poking around here a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, and the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade or the gray, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here, Milwaukee, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote out that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural and the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. All right, this only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not that's something they could overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the Southwest while I got you guys. And let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it's going to be a process. It's going to take a while too. But look, if you ask this question, the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania, are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest prize, obviously, that blue wall. Our coverage continues next.
Fox News Tonight is pulling an all-nighter on election night. Stay up late with us as the results come in, beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. on the West Coast.
Everyone's forgotten who runs this valley. Time to remind them.
You will ruin this family's name.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
I took all the risk, and I took it for you.
The only thing left to do is to kill as much as you can before they kill you.
Yellowstone. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect motion for fast emergency response. We create HD cameras so you could see what's happening in your home from anywhere. All powered by Fast Protect technology. Exclusively from Simply Safe for faster police response. Now install our advanced system your way. Have a pro set it up or easily do it yourself. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for 26 bucks.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Is your dog telling you they may have allergic itch? Apoquel is the #1 treatment for allergic itch that veterinarians have trusted for over 15 million dogs. And it starts working in just 4 hours.
Do not use in dogs with serious infections. May cause worsening of existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers and serious infections. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs less than 12 months old.
Ask your vet for Apoquel, now available in a tasty chewable.
Pause for the facts. Susie here is shopping for a used car, but she doesn't know that nearly half of them have been in an accident.
Interesting.
But Carfax.com shows how accidents impact price, so she doesn't have to overpay. Unpause.
Whoa.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
Not again.
Your cold is coming! Your cold is coming!
Thanks, Revere.
We really need to keep Zycam in the house.
Only if you want to shorten your cold. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zycam.
So we're getting a lot of vote in, but there are still several states that are very important that are still too early to call Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, states that we've been talking about a lot over recent weeks, and we just want to get all that data in.
So if you put it up on the board, we can show that we are closing in because there is a lead in a lot of these states, and you look at what's left out there. Pennsylvania, 86% in. Michigan's a little early in 52%, and then 80% in Wisconsin, 93% in Georgia. We're going to dig into Georgia in a little bit.
Yep.
And in fact, let's throw it down to Madison Allworth in Atlanta. Madison, why haven't you made a call?
Brett, you know what? I've been getting that question from a lot of folks on the ground here because obviously obviously Fox has not called Georgia as a state, but this crowd, they celebrated at 10:30. That is when GOP chairman of Georgia, McCoon, got on the stage. He called it for Trump here in Georgia. Again, obviously Fox News has not called, but at this party, they very much has. So the party happened at 10:30. They've been cheering on as the other states have been called, but they've been waiting to hear why the Fox News decision desk has not made that decision yet. A lot of things that they're looking at that make them excited. There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area that has usually votes pretty Democratic. That's an area that actually is now favoring Trump. It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind. They heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision because, like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really come around in recent years because the Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet. There's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now, and I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision, and ultimately it came out to Trump for them. So a very dedicated voting base here. And in this room, we're at the GOP watch party. Obviously, they're quite excited.
Yeah. All right, Madison, thank you so much. By the way, there hasn't been a lot of count in Georgia in the last 45 minutes or so. So we'll see where that stands.
We'll get a look at that and see where that's going. But what about Tennessee, which we called a really long time ago? I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear, Pete, that we called Tennessee?
A while ago.
With 0% of precincts reporting, yes, which I very much appreciate. And so did the crowd here. My kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun. We're at Kid Rock's in downtown Nashville on Broadway. And behind me, I've got a lot of intelligent, independent women behind me who are really fired up about the outcome tonight. I mean, you guys are like John Madden and Pat Summerall calling a football game. Every call you make, this crowd erupts. And when they erupt, it is based on a call you're making. And it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase as the odds have moved in favor of Trump winning. And we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Pete. There's probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but something. Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Karl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith. and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania, as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters backed Trump by more than 2 to 1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan? White Catholics. Really interesting. He is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that up to 24-point margin.
Wow.
That's a big difference in Michigan.
Difference.
That is a big difference.
And you wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue. From
and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as sorry.
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we
Same
began.
one.
It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It'll be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit of change. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all 4 of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America, increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this. But we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was some conversation over how much of the remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. 2 things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door-knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already, getting Nebraska second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right, where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020 in every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be, or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but that we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be, that turns out to be accurate. It's very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we've said, where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I do want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent had as low a job approval as this president had. Take a look at the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction. Mm-hmm. And she represents the party in power. To me, it's, it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given the
party, the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration. And yet tonight, again, Britt made the point earlier, the Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better? Like, Biden?
I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons, and I think Britt and Carl have made the point. I think 3 things. I listened to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in a country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about, the suburban areas, in some places he wasn't performing. And you see the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant. I mean, what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father of a son and a daughter, what it means if little boys are playing in little girls' sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So there'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling, Britt.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that it has made about Donald Trump.
We could be getting ready for a call here soon. We're going to stay here and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania, Bill. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead. What's
How
that?
come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Well, because there's a lot to be said over here.
All
in
right.
this
So
figure. Go ahead.
Pennsylvania, we're still looking at, but
Yeah.
we're also looking at the national popular vote,
Yeah.
which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia. That's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay. So where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay. So hold on that moment here. Okay. There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. You know, we talked about this Democratic march over here. And really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin, widen out there a minute. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, you know, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Centre County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Centre County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right? That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really interesting. We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris-Walz campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris-Walz party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, you know, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some movement.
Up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. but whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there. And we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily. But this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right, because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it'll stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you'll have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go west of Muskegon, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia, loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, you know, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think 2 things. This is an election that is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple of weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall.
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talked about Michigan in particular as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these toss-up states had been within a point or two. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but...
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is we think why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan seems to be counting there like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we had thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas. But the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
We've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
it was what would go here?
It's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, He leads it by a point and 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much is
Yeah.
it's 99% in or 90? What'd you say?
90,
99%.
statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign, and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask. Exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all
to.
we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
There you go.
rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a lot.
coming
Good job.
by.
Very
Great job.
nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Oh, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very much.
cough drop
We'll
or-
head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. So we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw. And I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah. Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's results and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more trading will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they're saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need, and here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking the state, guys. Brett, Martha.
Alex, thank
thanks.
you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Was it? Oh my gosh! It was 0.3 of a point. All right, and now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance, and we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5, 90% of the estimated vote out there, and now reporting here. And Michigan, you know, the blue wall, 6.3, so that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhat, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. You know, maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, you know, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada. And Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly, just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears It appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl? Right now, a point. It's close, right? 0.2 points. You know, what happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close. But Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in. But Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, you know, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York
How
Times
high?
Needle is
Wow.
now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Well, let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He's, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours. But Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you know, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour. And if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes. So still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown watch party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us. And we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the two seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple of incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America is going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way. And the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, dispirited at this moment. And I think that the likelihood, as we pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there is even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led an insurrection against the United States government is potentially now, like a phoenix going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought there was really an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well, I
think
don't
that
know.
The exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight is.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right. So I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a riot in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
And we've talked a lot about it. And the campaign,
very clearly. I'm not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
I don't know. That's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with Juan. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said. If Trump wins, he said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
Carl,
I think he's trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what? I think that the
increased Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look, I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments. But let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only a quarter of black men.
I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. Yeah. And I think they like Trump's image and the caricature
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
Because of what he offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up of support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work? Did the gender gap with women Did black women, white women, Hispanic women? We still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right, more to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends Today.
This is our legacy. I won't let anyone take it.
The epic return of Yellowstone.
I can see it now. I know what to do.
There is no morality. This is war.
We fight here, or we die here.
Oh, this is going to be fun. It's been pretty fun so far.
Yellowstone. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa, I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Reminder, bent finger appointment.
I don't want to wait or have surgery for my Dupuytren's contraction. I want a non-surgical treatment.
And if non-surgical treatment isn't offered,
I'll get a second opinion.
Take charge of your treatment. If you can't lay your hand flat, visit findahandspecialist.com to get started.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age. It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far I would go.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your call, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Right now during Ram Power Days, get $4,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025 Ram 1500 trucks. Don't miss Ram Power Days. Hurry in today.
Enjoy your risk-free trial.
hello? Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Everybody hear me?
I sure can.
Do you hear me?
I sure can.
So, can you hear well?
Sure can.
Hear well, feel well. From your first appointment, try our new nearly invisible solution risk-free. Call 1-800-234-7090 now.
All right, we are back, and that is the jubilant scene. Everybody seems pretty happy at Trump headquarters, and what we're seeing is movement from the Mar-a-Lago Trump group, including former President Trump, who is in a very good position to be the next president this evening as well, is heading over to the Trump headquarters, where there are a few thousand people who have gathered for this evening. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Obviously, when he shows up there, we will take you there live.
Well, those guys had two Make America Great hats on.
I saw someone with a
front,
really large
back.
one. Yeah.
As we look now at what we have, Pennsylvania. Is this a call, ladies and gentlemen? We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former President Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and thereby he is on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States. With this, the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished. This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in
1892.
Yeah,
1892.
I don't think that Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts.
Indictments.
They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president. And his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor that he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like, that he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager, very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it. All of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump, no matter what was said about him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, last night at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected again, basically you can just write America off, like America's just going to fall apart. That's obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country, as they said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold. And it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's a single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about it in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare it here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess, Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. The revolution rolls on, and this is not just a victory for the White House tonight, but also this is the end of the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of the things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party. And he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat, to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his term,
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022. Which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now, very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
You're going to love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight, too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years and, in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500, because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
And he got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters? But of course, for that. Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere.
22 points.
And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them.
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way.
Right.
When you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same affliction
out of there.
Hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in 2024.
She's the same person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Karen, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win. And I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump. As he gets ready to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we've talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear.
Oh, they're there. And he's definitely
a lot of people are still up.
The question is how much of the national TV audience is.
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in a town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution. And this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that. But he said that he wanted success to be his revenge and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision. And decisions clear the way for harmony and peace. You know,
But there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if you passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward. Brett, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view. When Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he'd worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those two Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate, at which point old Biden started getting these hysterical sugar plums dancing in his head and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR. How he was going to be the next FDR.
The next FDR. He was going to out-Obama Obama. Remember that? Yep. Well, and that, in my view, that was he would have been, if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate, first thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember, he said he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they cause inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will, fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska is going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk can now project, though, Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
If you have generalized myasthenia gravis, picture what life could look like with Vyvgart Hytrulo, a subcutaneous injection that takes about 30 to 90 seconds. For one thing, could it mean more time for you? Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness with a treatment plan that's personalized to you. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you have a serious allergy to any of its ingredients. It can cause serious allergic reactions like trouble breathing and decrease in blood pressure, leading to fainting and allergic reactions such as rashes, swelling under the skin, shortness of breath, and hives. The most common side effects are respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions. It may increase the risk of infusion-related reactions and infection. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections or symptoms of an infection. Talk to your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for GMG and picture your life in motion.
I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name.
The crime of title theft. What is that?
What that means is that a criminal, they're able to steal the title to your home, typically by transferring it to another person and then selling or borrowing money against the house. So it could be 6 months later, they start getting foreclosed on. The thing about home title lock is that never has to happen.
Why is that?
They notify you when there's any change to your title, and you're able to hopefully catch the thief in the middle of this whole process. And even if the title has been transferred out of your name, Home Title Lock has a restoration team that will come in, fix your title, and place the property back into your name. Title fraud is real, it's scary, but now there's a way to protect yourself.
Give us a call or go to HomeTitleLock.com and start your triple lock title protection today.
Sunday on Fox. Catch a special Veterans Day pregame show live from Naval Base San Diego. Then it's Niners Bucks. It all kicks off at 11 a.m. Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area.
Hey, grab more delectables. You know, that lickable cat treat.
Delickable delectables.
Yes, just hurry.
Must be delicious.
Delectables, lickable treat.
Deliciously delectable delectables.
It is a very big night, and they are about to explode at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. You see thousands of people waiting, and we are about to hear from the next president of the United States. He will be 45 and 47, and we're waiting for him to join the room, and we'll take you there, obviously, as soon as that gets underway. In the meantime, Grady Trimble is in Michigan. Let's get a quick update just outside of Detroit. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, people were getting a little bit tired here, but then the call for Pennsylvania was like a jolt of electricity through this room at the Michigan GOP watch party. And the crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, 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 as it now appears he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio, was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Hovde in Wisconsin leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen.
Wow.
We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way. And in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of the story. Hopefully we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well. And that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee-White, and Jono Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Kaylee McGee-White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted. Kaylee.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump. And we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this is become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. And so they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to
common
jump back.
sense.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
He often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he really know Washington, and he was new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come-from-behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks, and before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice. And the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House. But he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him. And I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
Britt, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, what it did wrong this time, it'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her. And I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized. And it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne?
We'll get to the never-Trumpers soon enough, and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. Yep. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They got to. They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They have him, and they had him in a courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him, and whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us. The will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying, be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree, and I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He was going to. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he will. I don't know him as well as you, but I hope the people around him can be gracious as well.
That's a different question.
We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion with a bill.
Wow.
B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you say?
$50.
It's about 40.
I want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable.
Yeah.
This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
You know, I was struck by the
Rogan
final
and Musk and the rest of them.
The final ads where they
were excellent.
They talked about making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight.
Absolutely.
Warrior president.
And it worked.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Yep.
I mean, the adversity that he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble. are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No, I think-
Maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny.
is.
Let's check in with Aisha Hasni. Speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they were just couldn't believe it that this happened tonight and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called. And so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes. And then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup in front of Howard University.
It's all for people who were already there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that people used to.
They were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
Yeah. I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris was a sign of the times, but I think that Trump's a metaphor for the country. And when he says we don't surrender, fight, 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 we get back up, I just think I think that's what it is. The other thing I just want to say, maybe it's as a Catholic, maybe it's just as a Trump supporter, maybe it's just as a flawed human being. We all get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies. And I think do even better. You know, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana. He's got people who make stuff who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the vice president to get to the presidency. Only two have done it, and that is Martin Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. You know, the question is what the Republican Party looks like now. And Kayleigh, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcast. It is, you know, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for President? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D. Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcast, as much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck, or, you know, President Trump at McDonald's, these viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation? And what does the Republican Party look like going forward? It's a broad coalition. It's an exciting coalition. And I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no, you know, limit on credit card interest rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
You know, I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, fight, fight. You can't fabricate. No, you know, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help, they could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee.
But I don't know that
who would
you
have been
can
freer,
pass.
who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go. But that makes sense.
I don't think you can pass over an African American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they could have passed over.
But if he'd left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
Against her.
You know?
But I mean, Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You know, you got Andy Beshear, you got Josh Shapiro, you got Gretchen Whitmer.
That's a different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So, is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated a Bill Clinton and a Barack Obama who were not from
the old days
party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. We've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that?
Oh yeah.
This speech.
I was going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? You know, he's coming, but there may not be teleprompters.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here. And I'm wide awake. And I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, I was like, wow, he's still talking. And it was like so long and it kind of got off script and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends. And that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here. So I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Yeah. Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Kaylee, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be, did she have too much time, not enough time? She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally would like to thank the women of The View tonight.
Yeah.
For asking this question, for having her on. Oprah, we see you. And so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see a yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person and they see two different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum. And we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her. And I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost.
Right.
I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View. And a week or so ago, they were saying, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama said.
And Joe Scarborough saying, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
Yeah. I will say when we talk about The View, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave. And he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country. And that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone. And I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think that Donald Trump, who goes with his instincts, is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls went up.
Will be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Ratcliffe.
You can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will
Mike
be
Johnson.
a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole. And then you have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, his lovely wife, Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works, that this is American democracy in our republic working.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, and it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It'll celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue of abortion, because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if, you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands, were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that kind of, manipulating, it doesn't win
and
people
narrow casting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down. And I think Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course, people care, but we care about many things. Just as we are not monolithic in life, we're not monolithic thinkers politically. But, you know, Martha, something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout for the Democrat. And they did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at this popular vote, and it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10 abortion ballot initiatives, you can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president.
Yeah, we're
the presidential race was not a proxy for your position on abortion. By the way, somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million in this country out of the 16 billion Brett is talking about. 37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and with the betting markets. Trey, at this point, it's at about 66% that Republicans hold on to the House as they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral college landslide. Should he control the White House, the Senate, and the House, like he did at the beginning of 2016, the possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake will not be made this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. There is a plan being formulated by Mike Johnson right now, and John Thune or John Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority leader. The mistakes of 2016, I think we were surprised that he won. I'm not saying he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I would remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, do you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton? She's been through enough. There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's been through enough. I wish my Democrat friends would say the same thing about him and say enough is enough. Drop the cases in New York and Georgia. Biden shouldn't wait on Donald Trump to end these federal cases. They should be ended by Joe Biden. If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice system to try to win political races.
We are still following these Senate races, and as we wait for the former president, by the way, there's Nigel Farage there talking in the crowd there. Britt, this is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close. Expected to be close. Mike Rogers, he was a long shot at one point against Alyssa Slotkin.
Good candidate.
In Michigan, good candidate.
Strong candidate.
Former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Right. Attractive guy.
But Sam Brown was left essentially, he was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list.
Nope.
Likely switch.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in over Jackie Rosen.
It renews our understanding that candidate quality matters.
Yep.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans in the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Havdi in Wisconsin? Standing by.
Where's Bill?
There's Newt Gingrich and Callista Gingrich waiting there.
Where's Bill Hammer?
There's Mike Walz and his wife there, all expected to be a big part, perhaps, in a second administration. The former president had hats made with 45-47.
He's been wearing his for a while. Yeah,
he's been wearing for a while. Now it is true. Harold Ford.
He will win the popular vote. He's likely going to win the electoral vote. The Dow has jumped 800 points in futures this evening. They give you some excitement around, to give you a sense of the excitement that investors have. And again, I think this speech tonight, the tone tonight, I'm just to be repetitive, because I hope the president's watching. And like you said, Kaylee, he might be watching us here and there. I hope it's what you said. I hope this is a moment to let the country, because we've had enough of enough. And I think whatever happened tonight, I was hopeful that we'd have a decisive win and it appears that we're going to have a decisive win, to give the president not only a chance to begin to develop and deliver on a mandate, but to begin the process of healing, which I think is incredibly important and an indispensable part of our tradition.
Something tells me we may hear some Lee Greenwood.
You think so?
Well, we should. I mean, you know, Lee Greenwood.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's listen in to who will be the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the plains of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Yeah. Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like that. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. You want to say something? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Walz, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Yeah. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC. and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can really make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president of the United States, in West Palm Beach at the convention center there. He said he's going to make America great again for all Americans. Said God spared his life for a reason in those 2 assassination attempts. He said promises made, promises kept, and he has a big agenda ahead. He thanked a lot of people on that stage and said success will bring us together, trying to bring the country together after what is a bruising, damaging, very vitriolic campaign that comes to an end with this massive win. He praised a lot of people, including Elon Musk, who he called a new star, up-and-comer, that guy.
Have you met him? Have you heard
I think he's an up-and-comer.
He went on about the rocket for a while.
He did. But he did the dismount, and now he goes on to be president-elect of the United States once again.
It's an extraordinary story, an absolutely phenomenal political comeback for Donald J. Trump, who will be the 47th president of the United States when he is inaugurated on January the 20th. And he said that God spared him from those assassination attempts in order to lead the country. He said success will bring us together. And he said it was an honor And he thanked everyone involved and thanked the American people for tonight's outcome.
We have no indication that Vice President Harris has made a phone call. We're trying to get confirmation that there has been any concession. We don't have any word that that has happened. We were told by her campaign that she's going to wait till tomorrow to do something and to respond to all of this, but no phone call, as we can tell right now. We're going to wrap up with our panel: Harold Ford Jr., Katie Pavlich, Mark Thiessen, Kellyanne Conway, Kayleigh McEnany, and Trey Gowdy. It's almost 3 a.m. Just come on. You're fine. Harold, final thoughts.
I'll be brief. The next few days, I think, are really, really important for the country, for Democrats, for the leadership in my party to reach out to the president-elect. I thought this speech tonight was the right tone. Kelly, you said he might give this kind of speech, Kayleigh, and I was pleased that he did. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in the East Coast. He gave the speech like it was 9 o'clock in the evening. He's got great energy. Congratulations again to him. And I believe what he said and want him to act on it.
One person who was not there for this celebration tonight was Corey Comparatore, who was killed at that July 13th Butler rally. So God bless his soul. I'm sure he'll be happy with results tonight. The United States of America turns 250 years old in 2 years, and Donald Trump is going to be in the White House, and I think he will probably throw a pretty good party for America.
A heck of a birthday party for America.
Mark, we don't know how big this is going to be. There may be more coattails with Senate races yet to call.
Yeah.
He won Texas by 15%. He won it by 6% in 2020. We're going to see some big numbers, and he could win the popular vote.
Yeah, it's a landslide, and it's getting landslidier as the evening goes on. Having written presidential speeches, the thing that jumped out at me is that most of these speeches begin with, "I just received a call from my opponent, who graciously conceded the election, and I thanked her and I congratulated her on a well-fought campaign." Has Kamala Harris not called him?
We don't have any indication.
And by the way, why is she not speaking tonight? She lost. She just go to bed? I mean, the Wisconsin's called. It's over. Why is she not coming out and conceding? It's shameful.
The whole thing was that he was going to say he won when he didn't really win, or not concede if he lost.
Right. Yeah.
And now here we are.
President Trump took a victory lap, well-deserved. This is a huge political comeback. It's looking like a landslide. We'll see if that amount. He could win every single swing state, by the way. We will see. The most important line: this will be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. What a line. Donald Trump did that tonight.
Right.
Conciliatory, magnanimous. It's not a political comeback to me. It's a political resurrection. I don't think anybody saw this. My only advice to him: hire people that are not going to write books for your cabinet. Do not make the same mistakes you made with the first term. Don't hire people that are going to go get a book advance to trash you later on.
Kellyanne.
Hating Trump has become a cottage industry, very lucrative, makes some people famous. I think that's going to go away now, by and large. Some people will still be the only gear that they have, but I don't know that America is going to abide it. This is a country filled with need, and that need has deepened and it has worsened in these last 4 years. And those are big jobs in the White House and the administration. I think we're going to find a lot of great men and women who want to step up and serve, who are willing to make that sacrifice of money, privacy, safety, perhaps, God forbid, time, scrutiny, because they know that this man is going to work with the same kind of energy and enthusiasm. And I'm going to say the word again, alacrity and urgency that you saw in these rallies, this nonstop punishing schedule. Donald Trump showed up to the American people, stood up and showed up for them. And then today they stood up and showed up for him.
Well, I want to say a couple of things. One is this journey has been absolutely amazing, from covering this race from the beginning. Think about all the things that happened, all of the bumps along the road, the debate June 27th, a candidate that gets 2 assassination attempts, a new nominee, all that we followed. It's been a joy covering it with you, but we have so many people at Fox behind the scenes that put all of this on, that make all of this happen. And there's just a cast of thousands. So thank you to, there we go.
There we go.
Wave of the control room.
Very nice. We have an amazing team of people super supportive group, fantastic leadership here at Fox, and we're grateful to all of you who made this happen. Last Saturday, we had a rehearsal. There was 100 people in this room, so we're grateful to them for making it look easy out here, and I'm grateful to you. It has always been a joy to be by your side on these journeys, and thank you all at home for standing with us and for sharing this incredible election process with us.
You know, Bill Hemmer is off the board currently, but
He'll be back very soon.
I think he's going to be back in just a few hours, but he did tremendous work going through all of those numbers. We didn't actually think we were going to have a call tonight. We thought that this might extend just when we first got our poll numbers, the Fox News voter analysis. But the fact that this is all coming to an end, trust us, the commercials will come to an end. The text messages will come to an end. But there's going to be a lot of digesting what happened tonight, which was history. This was history. And don't forget where you were tonight.
I think a lot of the American people I spoke with said, I just want there to be a decisive outcome. And I think that is a gift to the country. And I hope that we can all wake up in the morning and be and move forward with our great country.
Thank you for joining us for Democracy 24 election night coverage. Trace Gallagher picks it up from here.
Good night, everybody. Good morning.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Trace Gallagher. Welcome to our Fox News special election night coverage. Breaking tonight, the greatest comeback in American history. 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts, and 3 consecutive underestimated presidential campaigns. Tonight, we can say against all odds, Donald Trump, now projected to be the 47th president of the United States. Meantime, Kamala Harris encountering the Van Buren curse, the failure of the vice president to become president. The VP will not be making an appearance tonight, and she still hasn't officially accepted defeat. We begin this morning with the senior national correspondent, Kevin Corke. He's live for us in D.C. with more at the big board. Kevin, good evening. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, my friend. Quite an overnight and quite a morning here in the nation's capital. Listen, you and I talked at length throughout this entire process, Trace, about what might be the pathway to victory for Donald Trump. Conversely, what might be the pathway to victory for Kamala Harris. Tonight, a virtual sweep of the blue wall. Let me show you where we are, 277, and that's obviously still with a few states out there on the board. I'm just going to point some out for you. Great state of Michigan still out there on the board. Right now, still too close to call, 77% in. The former president and future president leading here 52-45. Now, I do want to point something out, Trace. Sometimes we'll get a look at a state like that and we'll say, well, Kevin, 77%. How many other votes are out there? Let me show you. This is our remaining vote. The darker the color, the more votes that are out there. So as you take a look, you can see some of these areas, they're clean up. They're nice and bright and gray, which means there are no more votes to count. However, the ones that are more magenta, a little pinkish in color, still some votes out there. You may be wondering, what about Detroit, Kevin? What about Wayne County? Listen, down in Wayne County, they've still got some votes. Look at this, Trace, 30% in. That's remarkable, but that's sort of traditional. You know how this goes. You'll have a big state, and then all the smaller counties will report their votes, and then the big cities sort of hang on to their ballots until the very last minute, and then they unveil all these ballots. Well, this time Detroit's done a little bit of that, but take a look. You see some other areas here. They've got votes still out there for the former president. Let me just point out one here. This is up here in Antrim County. Obviously red county here, 71-26. Still a lot of votes out there. Still some more votes as we get close to the UP. Emmett County, they haven't even begun to report. My point is, there's still some votes out there. It is entirely possible, Trace, as we look at Michigan, that the former president could possibly win the great state of Michigan. If that were to happen, we'd be looking at a virtual sweep of the so-called blue wall. As I can try to advance this map here. Let me give it a little tap there. There we go. We can see here as we go back out to the national map here. So we talked about Michigan. You still got Arizona. I want to show you how he's doing there. We predicted before the night that he might do very well in the Grand Canyon state. And so far, it's a tight race, 50-48. Kamala Harris hanging in there, but I think it goes without saying that if you're Donald Trump, you like where you are. And I can also tell you this very quickly, the same goes for Nevada. Trump has a lead, and Alaska could be looking at 300 electoral votes before the night is up. We'll keep an eye on it and break down more later. But for now, back to you.
Landslide territory. Kevin Corke, back to you as the news warrants. Kevin, thank you. Let's bring in Steamboat Institute fellow Kaylee McGee-White, Fox News political analyst Gianno Caldwell, USC Law School professor Jody Armour, Fox News contributor Steve Hilton, RNC national spokeswoman Elizabeth Pipko, and former House Oversight Committee staff director Julian Epstein. Welcome to all of you. I guess to you first, Steve Hilton. I mean, all you can really say is, wow, where do you begin? What an absolute historic comeback.
It is amazing in so many ways. I just have to say, Trace, people may have seen that I was cut off earlier. I have to tell you, I've never been so happy or proud to have been cut off because I was cut off by the announcement of this incredible result. I think, as I was saying before, it's a victory for common sense, the good sense of the American people, to see through all the nonsense and the media propaganda and the fakery that surrounded the Kamala Harris campaign. And they voted for someone who delivered the results the previous time, who was clear and direct and authentic and told the truth about what he did before, what he was going to do. And in that sense, I think justice was done. Justice was done. This was the right result, not just in terms of policy and substance, but it just feels such an amazing moment. And I think we also have to acknowledge the cultural significance of this. It wasn't just the realignment in terms of the Latino vote and the class and working class people. Just look at what you saw there, Dana White, Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, the sense of a real movement here, an epic result. And I think we have to conclude by saying what an incredible result in terms of the personal triumph for Donald Trump tonight. It is an amazing, amazing night.
We were talking earlier, Kaylee, that you know, he's 78 years old. He has the ear of young America. I mean, this is something that we have never seen.
Yeah, and I'm Gen Z, and I've been predicting for a while that Trump was going to do better among young adults than people expected him to. And, you know, I think the only person who's having a better night than Donald Trump tonight is Hillary Clinton, because now she's not the only Democrat to lose to Donald Trump. So thank you, Kamala Harris, for that. And I think moving forward, there's going to be a lot of introspection in the Democratic Party about what went wrong, specifically with Kamala Harris's campaign. There's going to be a lot of talk about Josh Shapiro, him getting passed over for the VP nod. There's going to be a lot of talk about whether Joe Biden should have stepped aside in the first place, whether Kamala Harris was a uniquely weak candidate. But what Steve just said points to a bigger truth here, is that none of those factors explain just how big of a victory this was. This was a massive realignment of really generational proportions, and it cannot be explained away by one bad VP pick or one bad candidate. The Democratic Party has some real soul searching to do, and the question is whether they're willing to do it.
Yeah. Gianno, Jody, stand by for a minute. I want to go now to Mar-a-Lago because Elizabeth Pipko is actually at Mar-a-Lago. I just don't know what it's like there, Elizabeth. I mean, you can see it, but you can't feel it through the television screen. What is the feeling like in Trump world right now with this amazing victory?
Hi, Trace. Let me tell you, the feeling is pretty good. We were at Mar-a-Lago earlier, and then when we realized that we had won the election, we went with President Trump, President-elect Donald Trump, now over to the convention center where everyone just heard his incredible speech and realized that he is, again, going to be the president of the United States. The feeling in here is something I cannot describe. I am holding back tears with you right now. This has been such a movement. I cannot tell you how lucky I feel to be a part of it and how blessed we all are to have the American people to show us the way, because no matter who tries to stop you, what they try to throw at you, when the American people want something, when they need something and they know that they're right, they can get it.
Yeah. And Gianno, they talk about breaking down the demographics, and we talked about it a lot tonight. It was important in certain aspects.
Yes, absolutely. And on the issues itself, the data doesn't lie, the media does. And we saw that when it comes to them saying, you know what, black voters aren't going to go to Donald Trump in any real measure, any measurable impact. We saw that wasn't true. They said the same thing about Latinos. They said the same thing about working class whites and many others. But what we saw is union members in many of these places came through. There's been a realignment, and certainly there's a new Republican Party here, one in which I am a very proud member of. I think now, as we move forward, we're going to see the Republican Party move much differently, especially as they try to attract these voters and keep this coalition together, which is going to be extraordinarily important for the future of the races, especially as we try to unite the country.
Yeah, you talk about the future of the race. You talk about young people, Jody Armour, that you work with as a law professor, and you wonder, I'm amazed when I was talking to Barron Trump's best friend last night about getting involved in the Joe Rogan podcast and these other podcasts. You think, man, this is really something spectacular.
Yeah, well, she was just underwhelming. She did not have any charisma. She didn't move people. And she said, what I'm going to do is eliminate the daylight between me and Republicans on policy. For example, I'm going to say oil, I make, a strong military, bring Liz Cheney on board. I'm going to create as little space between us as possible. Then I'm going to run on I'm not Trump. And that's going to be enough. I'm not going to have to come up with any policy. And a lot of young folks and middle-aged folks and older folks all want to hear some policy too, along with the rest of it. And she wasn't delivering that. Promises made, promises kept is what Trump said. And a lot of American public didn't believe that she would keep her promise.
Meantime, the Republican Party is celebrating. The Democratic Party has a lot of self-analyzing to do, Julian Epstein. Your thoughts on what happened tonight, Kamala Harris not coming out and conceding or even giving any kind of speech. What do you think, Julian?
Well, Trace, as you and I have been discussing over the last 18 months, a very few of us in the Democratic Party have been worried and anticipating this kind of result. This is, just to lean into Steve's point about the realignment, this is more than a political realignment. This is a cultural realignment. It's sort of the closest thing we've had to a Marie Antoinette moment, where you have a cross multiracial working class movement that is coming together to reject the professional elite. It's not just the Democratic Party that tried to keep Donald Trump out of office, that tried to put him in jail, tried to keep him off the ballot. This is the news media. This is Hollywood. This is Wall Street. This is Silicon Valley. This is the working class standing up and saying, we are tired of the professional elite, this sort of the self-righteous elite, which has become the Democratic Party. And what I've been saying for the last 18 months is that the Democratic Party needs a wake-up call. The policies of the professional elite and the left elite, the coastal elite, the Chardonnay hour elite, have been very, very unpopular on economic issues, with 25% of the economy now being run by the government, with things like EVs, which have been a disaster in the Midwest, particularly for the auto industry. And you go down the list on cultural issues, crime, immigration, you go on down the list. So I actually think this is the best thing that could happen for the Democratic Party, because the very few of us who have been warning about this now say, look, you have the evidence that until the Democratic Party separates itself from the intersectional elite, the activist intersectional elite that have been driving policy on immigration, on deficit spending, on crime, you name it, on sort of, coddling the anti-Israel community in an absurd way. Yeah. Until the party can reject that, I think they're going to see more nights like this.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Kayleigh was joking earlier about can't wait to see The View tomorrow morning. I'm wondering, he says realignment, Steve. Are we talking about maybe a realignment in the media? They lied to us again and again and again.
Well, there should be, exactly as Julian was saying, but I'm not sure we are going to get that, because you're already seeing some of the really offensive excuses being wheeled out. Yeah. Racism, sexism. Oh, America won't vote for a woman. If I could just offer a perspective on that as a new American from the UK, right? The British Conservative Party has produced 3 women prime ministers. Yeah. It has just elected a black woman as its leader. The idea that America is somehow uniquely sexist and uniquely racist and won't vote for a woman, it's so offensive and ridiculous. The reason that America didn't vote for Kamala Harris is because she's a terrible candidate, because she didn't make clear where she stood, because she was all over the place on policies and she was not credible, she was not authentic, all these other reasons, and that you had a good record from Donald Trump versus a very poor record on the issues from the Biden-Harris administration. So to blame it all on sexism, but I'm afraid I think that is where they're going to go, because they can't disown this elitism that they've been living for the last decade or so. It's just baked into their identity. They are captured by this far left ideology. I think it's going to be very, very difficult for them to actually confront the reality that we're all seeing tonight.
You said on our show 4 months ago, Kayleigh, that you would walk over broken glass after the assassination attempt to vote for Donald Trump. But it was more than that. It was more than just the attempts on his life and the lawfare and so forth. People came together in this country saying enough is enough.
And he won people over. And I think that he won people over on the issues. And that's another thing that Democrats are going to really have to re-examine here. You know, they put a lot of weight into the abortion issue. They thought that that was going to be their Hail Mary, the issue that saved them. In Florida, we an abortion amendment failed. In Nebraska, an abortion amendment failed. And it did not help them in the swing states. Maybe that's because the abortion is not on the individual ballots of those states, or maybe it's just not a very persuasive issue at all. Meanwhile, other issues that Democrats thought that they could force onto the public ended up being very persuasive to independents, such as men playing in women's sports. That was a huge issue in congressional races down ballot and in some of these Senate races. So they really need to do a lot of soul searching about which cultural issues are worth pursuing.
And I wonder, Gianno, as you go forward, if you think, I'm not saying that this is the end of woke, but is it a step back from woke? Do we take a step back culturally in this country?
I mean, what we just saw demonstrated here is when you go woke, you go broke. I mean, you remember Trump saying that, and that is really the narrative. We've seen woke prosecutions throughout this country. We've seen woke policies. You just mentioned women or the men in women's sports. Numerous things that people find offensive, honestly, and especially men who are raising daughters. They don't want their daughters competing against biological men. And they made a strong statement tonight. And I think Democrats, if they're smart, they would re-examine this. But many, I fear, will just say, you know what, this is maybe a Donald Trump thing. We're not going to change anything for the next run.
Yeah. Elizabeth Pipko, to you, I was just wondering because, you know, I was talking to Kaylee a little bit about this, and Gianno kind of fits into this mold as well. But you are among these young people that are hanging out at Mar-a-Lago tonight, this new generation, the generation that Donald Trump has kind of tabbed to move the ball forward. Do you believe that you will see this grow? Do you think that this young movement will grow?
I definitely believe the young movement will grow. I believe the MAGA movement in general will grow, right? If people learned anything tonight, it's that you cannot stop what the American people actually believe in. They tried absolutely everything to stop Donald Trump's movement, and they obviously laughed at him when he first launched his movement back in 2015, and look where we are tonight in 2024, right? No one believed that this could happen. Look at the kind of voters that he brought in, right? These are records for a Republican. We're talking about Black Americans, Jewish Americans, obviously young voters, right? He started a movement that no one could compete with, that no one saw coming, from a man who had never run for political office before. And I know that when he is done in office in 4 years, we will all have this light ignite in all of us, and all the American people will as well, because you know that if you believe in yourself and you believe in your country, apparently you truly can do anything.
Yeah, and I think, Jody, if you're looking at politics in general and you're a Democrat right now, you're worried because it might not just be 4 years. This could be the start of something. J.D. Vance is 39 years old. You're thinking, wow, they could control the button here for a long time.
You have to take a hard look in the mirror and engage in some critical self-reflection and say, what went wrong here? Either I need to become more to the right, move to the right, or I need to find myself in a more kind of distinct way and not try to just play the kind of personality charisma game, because frankly, I lost at that. I lose at that very often, and lost that in this case. And so, yeah, a lot of the young folks want to see real policy. We even saw in Los Angeles, people saying, I don't want a politics of pigmentation anymore. I want to know what your substantive policies are.
Yeah, it's very true. And Julian Epstein, to you, I mean, I wonder if you think this for Kamala Harris is the end of her political career, if she does something else, or do you think she regroups and maybe